Chapter 48:25. He guessed that Taoist Yuan knew what was going on. Taoist Yuan and the others bitterly smiled. Taoist Yuan glared at Ling Guang. Ling Guang understood and cupped his hands towards Lin Ling again, saying, "I was blind to not recognize Mount Tai previously. I hope you can forgive me." "How would I dare to forgive this senior? I'm just a pile of shit on the ground. Your origin-returning Tao sect is an eagle in the sky. I'm not worthy." Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged and cultivating, completely unaffected. "Senior brother, look." Ling Guang was about to cry. He could only helplessly look at Taoist Yuan. Taoist Yuan also had a headache. Although the man in front of him was an intermediate god, he was one of the Yellow Emperor's people. He could not afford to offend him. "Fellow Taoist, look. I have 100,000 Tao realm fragments here." Taoist Yuan pondered for a bit and handed over the fragments with a smile. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and glanced at Taoist Yuan's Tao returning to the heavens. Then he closed his eyes again and said, "No need. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it." Everyone was stunned. Taoist Yuan was indeed a wise old man. He immediately reacted and took out another 100,000 fragments. He smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, please put in a good word for us in front of the Yellow Emperor." He knew very well that if Lin Ling didn't care about the fragments, he wouldn't have opened his eyes earlier. After all, Ling Guang's continuous apologies were ignored by this man, and he continued to cultivate as he pleased. Only after taking out the fragments did he open his eyes for the first time. As for his previous refusal, the reason was very simple. He felt that the fragments were too little. "Fine, we're on the same side. Let's just forget about this." Sure enough, after taking out the fragments, Lin Ling finally stood up. What a joke. Lin Ling came from so far away and was chased away. It was normal for him to want more fragments. After all, Lin Ling didn't suffer for nothing. Of course. We're on the same side from now on." Seeing Lin Ling stand up, Taoist Yuan finally felt relieved. Ling Guang and the others smiled bitterly. After all, money was more practical. "Fellow Taoist, why don't you come to the origin-returning Tao sect as a guest?" Taoist Yuan then sent out an invitation. Lin Ling naturally wouldn't refuse. He still had to go to the Shrine of Ice and didn't plan to leave this area for now. He immediately followed Taoist Yuan towards the origin-returning Tao sect. "Taoist Yuan, what happened here? Why are you asking the Yellow Emperor on?" Lin Ling asked on the way. "It's like this. The nearby god sects sent us an invitation. They said that their disciples would spar and use 8 million Tao realm shards as the wager. The winner would get it. We thought that we would definitely lose, so we didn't agree. However, they said that if we didn't agree, then we would lose. But if we didn't, we offending all the other sections. Taoist Yis. And moreover, they did it on purpose. Their objective was to swindle the 8 million Tao realm fragments. The so-called invitation token was merely an excuse." Taoist Yuan continued, "I'll ask the Yellow Emperor on your behalf." Lin Ling said to Taoist Yuan after thinking for a while, "You're asking the Yellow Emperor?" Taoist Yuan was stunned, flabbergasted, and stupefied. This was because he knew that there were countless capable people in the Yellow Emperor's tomb. Normally speaking, very few gods would only be able to see the Yellow Emperor once. Even if they were lucky enough to see him, it would only be once. If they wanted to see him again, it would be up to luck. But this guy in front of him actually asked the Yellow Emperor personally. "Senior brother Yuan, this guy seems to be a fierce person." Ling Guang also sucked in a breath of cold air as he stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of horror. After Lin Ling asked the Yellow Emperor, he frowned and said to Taoist Yuan, "The Yellow Emperor has already informed the nearby sects that they will help us at the critical moment. However, we must go to this exchange." Why?" Taoist Yuan blinked. "Because I will represent the Gui Yuan Tao sect to win the 8 million Tao realm fragments." Lin Ling said. This. Ling Guang was dumbfounded. What they lost? However, Taoist Yuan was smart. He knew that even if they lost, the Yellow Emperor would owe them a favor. 8 million Tao realm fragments for a favor from the Yellow Emperor was worth it. All right, I'll bring Sir Lin Ling to participate tomorrow. Taoist Yuan nodded. Thank you, Taoist Yuan. Lin Ling nodded and followed Taoist Yuan. However, his eyes were cold. Previously, the Yellow Emperor had replied to him. With regards to what had happened here, the Yellow Emperor had also investigated. There were indeed several God Gates exchange meetings, but one of them was very mysterious, and behind them seemed to be the Burning Heart God Gate. Most importantly, this sect had sent a disciple. His background was not small. He was a world will host. Lin Ling had heard of the 9 world will hosts. However, according to the Yellow Emperor, he had never seen this world will host before. Lin Ling knew of only one world will host and was not familiar with it. That was the world will host sealed in the Dragon Valley on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to move forward. This was because if the world will host escaped, what would happen to the Dragon Valley? This was what he was most worried about. Lin Ling was indebted to the dragon god of the Dragon Valley on the other side of the Kaiyuan River. He had helped Lin Ling many times. Therefore, Lin Ling would not stand by and do nothing about the Dragon Valley. That night, Lin Ling stayed in the Gui Yuan Dao sect. He realized that the Gui Yuan Dao sect was very big. There were more than 100,000 disciples and countless experts. However, in terms of combat strength, there were not many people who were strong. The place where the Gui Yuan Dao sect was located was once the cave of an ancient giant god. There were many treasures inside. After it was occupied by the Gui Yuan Dao sect, they excavated the treasures day and night. This caused them to have a lot of Dao realm fragments. The surrounding sects were also eyeing the Gui Yuan Dao sect covetously. Because of this, one had to know that in the Dao Tower, any treasure could be exchanged for Dao realm fragments. One could also use Dao realm fragments to exchange for treasures. Generally speaking, most of the sects would exchange treasures for Dao realm fragments. After all, although there were many treasures, they might not be suitable for every god. If they exchanged for Dao realm fragments, they could exchange for treasures that were suitable for themselves. No wonder the Gui Yuan Dao sect gave me 200,000 Dao realm fragments in the blink of an eye. They are really rich. Chapter 48:26. The location of the sect of all gods exchange was still nearby. What made Lin Ling satisfied was that it was west of the Dao Pagoda. This meant that once the exchange was over, Lin Ling could go and find a shrine of ice. And after everything was done, even if he didn't have enough treasures to break through to High God, he would have enough Dao realm fragments to enter the Dao Pagoda. A huge white feather warship flew across the sky. The entire body of the warship was made of the feathers of a huge white feather divine bird. This kind of spaceship could penetrate the void and reach all parts of the universe. At this moment, on the white feather warship, the people of the Origin returning Dao sect were extremely excited. They gathered together and talked excitedly. On this trip, remember not to embarrass the Origin returning Dao sect. Ling Guang looked at the disciples and said, because this exchange is based on lifespan. Only those who have cultivated for less than 100,000 years can participate in the exchange, and their cultivation can't be at the high god realm. You are all outstanding mid-gods in the sect. Even if you can't win this exchange, you can't take the final ranking. For you, the sect took out 8 million Dao realm fragments this time. If you win, the 8 million Dao realm fragments will also be rewarded to you. Ling Guang kept saying. The disciples all puffed out their chests, their bodies shining with divine light. Lin Ziyu, your strength has increased a lot. On this trip, remember not to embarrass yourself. A handsome man looked at Lin Ziyu and said. This man looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. His name was Willow Deity, and he had the strength of a peak mid-god. Back then, he was famous in the Origin returning Dao sect. After the great calamity of the world's will, he went through 300 lives and finally found the Origin returning Dao sect. Therefore, in the Origin returning Dao sect, he was the senior of the mid-gods. I understand, eldest senior brother. Lin Ziyu replied respectfully. On this trip, I will definitely raise the prestige of the origin returning Tao sect. Moreover, the other party has the Cloud Crane sect, the Entry sect, and the Jade Armor Goblin tribe. These are all old opponents from the age of all gods. I also want to meet them. The man looked into the distance and said indifferently. His words seemed calm, but they were filled with endless confidence. Senior is mighty. All the junior brothers began to flatter Willow Deity. Whether it was during the age of the gods or now, Willow Deity's prestige in their hearts was not low. However, Lin Ziyu and the others secretly shook their heads. They quietly looked at Lin Ling, who was sitting cross-legged in the corner. They guessed that Lin Ling would be the one who would decide the outcome of this exchange. Hey, where's that newbie? Could it be junior brother? Some people also noticed Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was too unsociable. Is there a new junior brother? Willow Deity also looked over. Don't talk nonsense. He is not a junior brother. He is representing our origin returning Tao sect to participate in the exchange. Lin Ziyu hurriedly said, Damn, I've never seen him before. What can he represent? He probably wants to follow us and broaden his horizons. The other disciples smiled faintly. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many elders on the warship, they would really want to show off their might as a senior brother. There were too many disciples and elders in the origin returning Tao sect. Therefore, not everyone knew about the matter between Taoist Yuan and Lin Ling. Moreover, this matter was a secret of the sect. Naturally, it would not be easily spread. This was why the disciples did not know about Lin Ling's origins. Only Lin Ziyu and a few others knew. What nonsense are you talking about? At this moment, Ling Guang shouted angrily. The disciples were so frightened that they did not dare to speak. Ling Guang stared at Lin Ling. He originally wanted to explain on behalf of Lin Ling. However, when he saw that Lin Ling did not care, he did not dare to say anything. After all, Lin Ling represented the origin returning Tao sect to participate in the exchange. This was the Yellow Emperor's intention. Before he knew what the Yellow Emperor was planning, he did not dare to ruin this matter. Now, he only needed to stop those ignorant fellows from provoking Lin Ling. Willow Deity frowned. He did not understand why Elder Ling Guang was speaking up for the newcomer. However, he did not care. As long as it was not a superior deity, he did not care. After a long time, the warship landed in a snowy valley. Whoosh! Outside the valley, snow and ice intersected. The snowstorm was extremely terrifying. However, what was surprising was that in the valley, the snowstorm could not blow in. This caused everything outside the valley to be frozen, while the valley was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. In the valley, a large number of gods were gathered. They were all powerful and had divine light protecting their bodies. These gods came from various large sections. Furthermore, they were all extremely famous sects during the era of the gods. Among them, there were even a few large demon clans. After the origin returning Tao sect landed, many powerful gods immediately came forward to welcome them. They were incomparably polite. Of course, everyone knew that this politeness was only on the surface. If there was a conflict of interest, this kind of smiling face would instantly turn evil. Taoist Yuan, you guys are late. Didn't your sect leader come with you? Haha, the sect leader happened to be in seclusion, so I'm the one leading the team. Your origin returning Tao sect is so troublesome. We invited you a few times, but you didn't come. But now that you're finally here, you can let us return from the era of the gods, get to know each other. The various patriarchs and sect leaders cupped their hands and smiled at Taoist Yuan. It could be seen that the origin returning Tao sect was indeed very famous during the era of the gods. Lin Ling followed the crowd and quietly glanced at these people. He frowned slightly, but did not discover the aura of the world's will. Junior Sister Lin. The seniors of the sects were getting to know each other, and so were the disciples of the various sections. A young man led a large number of gods and smiled as he walked towards the origin returning Tao sect and greeted Lin Ziyu. It's you, Crown Prince Xianxia. Lin Ziyu stared at the young man in the lead, and her eyes flashed slightly. Ha ha, Junior Sister Lin, it's been many years since we last met. However, Junior sister Lin is still as elegant as a goddess. Her temperament is truly extraordinary. The young man called Crown Prince Xianxia laughed. He looked very polite, but deep in his eyes, there was an undetectable cold light flashing. Oomph. Lin Ziyu not only knew the young man, but she also knew his character. She did not bother to say anything and only snorted coldly. Haha, junior sister Lin is still so unique. Crown Prince Xianxia was rejected, but he still did not care. Instead, he smiled and chatted with Willow Deity and the others. However, he sneered in his heart. This slut will fall into my hands sooner or later. When that time comes, I'll crush you under my body. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Senior brother Lu, Crown Prince Xianxia greeted Willow Deity. So you're here too. It's been many years since we last met. Willow Deity replied with a fake smile. They all knew these people. They had sparred and met many times during the era of the gods. They had even ventured into the cave abodes of the gods and competed with each other. Chapter 48:27. Remember, you were defeated by me. However, Willow Deity also said with a faint smile. Her words made Xianxia Crown Prince smile, and he said without any embarrassment, yes, Willow Deity of the origin returning Dao sect was extremely famous back then. Now that I've reincarnated, my reputation is still the same. Of course, Willow Deity said matter-of-factly. However, Xianxia Crown Prince's eyes were cold after his faint smile. He thought to himself, today, I'll pay you back for all the humiliation back then. I'll let you be proud for a while longer. While everyone was chatting enthusiastically, Lin Ling was still secretly investigating. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything. Why aren't you going to greet them? Now that martial uncles and martial uncles have gone to greet them, and so have all the other martial brothers, why are you still in a daze? A disciple of the origin returning Dao sect said unhappily when he saw that Lin Ling was out of place. Scram! Lin Ling didn't even look at the disciple and shouted coldly. You! The disciple didn't expect his new junior brother to be so rude. Little did he know that Lin Ling's trip this time was for the world Will's host body. This so-called holy gate, senior brothers, and junior brothers were actually just a fart. After everyone exchanged pleasantries, the exchange began immediately. The exchange was very simple. Every sect took out a certain amount of Tao realm fragments and distributed them according to the ratio. The winner would get the most, followed by the second place. However, the gods didn't know how to control their strength when fighting. Therefore, if they were injured or killed, they couldn't blame anyone. Of course, some gods still had the chance to be protected by Tao realm fragments, so it wasn't a big deal. Then, martial platforms appeared in the valley. As if immortals were fighting, they started fighting fiercely. An ancient barrier was set up around the martial platforms to prevent the power from leaking out. Go. This spiritual master scorpion is quite strong. I remember that he was a very ordinary existence back then. After the gods reincarnated, the once powerful ones have fallen. The once weak ones have grown. Cheers and clamors came from all around. Lin Ling watched quietly. At first, he was interested, but gradually he lost interest. First of all, no matter how powerful a battle between gods was, it would only cause Lin Ling to be slightly interested. Secondly, these gods had held back a little in their attacks. They didn't dare to risk their lives. Sir Lin Ling, what do you think of this exchange? Daoist Yuan asked with a smile when he saw that Lin Ling's goal wasn't on the martial stage, but looking around. Boring, Lin Ling said bluntly. He continued to pay attention to the surroundings, looking for the host body of the world will. Daoist Yuan was dumbfounded. He was speechless. What? How dare you say it's boring? A disciple at the side heard this, and his face turned red with anger. Originally, when Martial Uncle Yuan personally went to greet them, they were already very unhappy. But who would have thought that this newcomer would actually say that it was boring? Shut up. Who allowed you to speak? However, Daoist Yuan immediately reprimanded these disciples, causing them to stick out their tongues in anger. They could only glare at Lin Ling. Interesting. This guy probably has a powerful background, but he's too arrogant. I don't think he's experienced a life and death battle. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to say that. Willow Deity also glanced at Lin Ling and shook her head in disdain. The battle in the valley was so intense, but Lin Ling said it was boring. This meant that he didn't understand these battles at all. Ignoring Lin Ling, Willow Deity's gaze fell on the various martial stages. At this moment, the other disciples of the Origin returning Dao sect were defeated one after another. Even Lin Ziyu couldn't escape defeat, and as time passed, the winner of the exchange gradually became clear. It was actually Crown Prince Xianxia. Even Lin Ziyu was defeated by him. I didn't expect Crown Prince Xianxia's strength to increase so much. Willow Deity was secretly shocked. Willow Deity, why don't we have a battle? Let me see if you, a famous figure from the Age of the Gods, are still as powerful after reincarnating. Or will you be like the Origin returning Dao sect, declining day by day? On the martial stage, Crown Prince Xianxia looked calmly at Willow Deity. His tone wasn't as polite as before. He was looking down on the Origin returning Dao sect. How dare you? The people of the Origin returning Dao sect were furious. The former Crown Prince Xianxia wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Come on. Crown Prince Xianxia didn't care about them at all. Instead, he waved at Willow Deity. Willow Deity's face was ashen. Without a word, she flew off the martial stage. That's more like it. You have some backbone. How about this? I'll let you make the first move. Crown Prince Xianxia had a calm expression. He smiled at Willow Deity's arrival and waited calmly for her to attack. Willow Deity seemed to have been humiliated. She didn't speak. Her divine power erupted, and she used all kinds of techniques to attack Crown Prince Xianxia. Rumble. Both of them were extremely famous figures. The battle was extremely intense. It could be said that the two of them were the most invincible existences amongst the mid-gods, and no mid-gods were a match for them. Crown Prince Xianxia, how did you become so powerful? The people of the Origin returning Dao sect were shocked. Crown Prince Xianxia had already fought hundreds of rounds with Willow Deity. If it was back then, Crown Prince Xianxia would definitely be defeated within 50 rounds. Interesting. Lin Ling was also watching their battle. He realized that their divine power had reached 70 million. Among the mid-gods, they were indeed impressive. Of course, what made Lin Ling interested was that he finally sensed a trace of the world's will power from Crown Prince Xianxia's body. However, Lin Ling was very sure that Crown Prince Xianxia wasn't the host of the Dragon Valley's world's will. After all, the world's will power on Crown Prince Xianxia was very weak. It was more like an assimilated god. Back then, the great gods of Spirit Nation also had such means. They could assimilate martial artists into their own and give them immortality. Of course, this method was useful for martial artists. It was completely useless against gods. Therefore, in the Dao realm, the great gods of Spirit Nation rarely assimilated gods. It was probably because they weren't strong enough. Crown Prince Xianxia could be assimilated. This meant that the host of the worlds will sealed in the Dragon Valley seemed to be stronger than the great gods of Spirit Nation. Or perhaps someone was helping him. Rumble. The battle between the two was difficult to determine. It was also the longest battle so far. However, everyone could see that Crown Prince Xianxia was calm. On the other hand, Willow Deity was getting more and more anxious. She was almost injured several times. This also affected Willow Deity's battle state. Bang! After fighting for another 15 minutes, Crown Prince Xianxia sneered. He seized the opportunity when Willow Deity's divine power couldn't keep up and attacked. He defeated Willow Deity and severely injured her. Go back and learn for a few more years before coming again. Willow Deity, I've said it before, you're no longer the same as before. Just like your Origin returning Dao sect, you're declining. Crown Prince Xianxia looked at Willow Deity proudly. Why didn't you dare to say this to me back then? Chapter 48:28. That's right. I didn't dare back then, but I dare now. What do you do to me? Go back and think about it. Xianxia Crown Prince said disdainfully. His meaning was clear. I'm stronger than you now, so you can boast about me. Willow Deity trembled and returned to the Origin Dao sect in shame. The Origin returning Dao sect sighed, knowing that the 8 million Dao realm fragments were wasted. Daoist Yuan also sighed and looked at Lin Ling. He walked over and said, "Your Excellency Lin Ling, are you confident in defeating Xianxia Crown Prince?" "Yes." Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Daoist Yuan, you want me to fight, right?" "Yes." Daoist Yuan nodded immediately. Wasn't this Lin Ling's purpose for coming here? Defeat him? I don't know how confident I am, but I'm very confident in killing him. Lin Ling stood up and walked out of the Origin, returning Dao sect. Daoist Yuan couldn't help but feel happy. With Lin Ling fighting, he should be able to suppress Xianxia Crown Prince. Although he didn't know how strong Lin Ling was, since he knew the Yellow Emperor, he shouldn't be weak. When Lin Ling walked out, Willow Deity was walking back. He couldn't help but be surprised. Then, he looked deeply at Daoist Yuan and suddenly understood. It turned out that Daoist Yuan had a backup plan. Be careful. This Xianxia Crown Prince's divine power seems to be on par with mine, but his divine power is a little strange. There's a strange power hidden within. Willow Deity warned. "Do you think I'm you?" Lin Ling didn't even look at him. His words stunned Willow Deity. At this moment, the seniors of the various sects were staring at Xianxia Crown Prince on the stage, praising him. I didn't expect Xianxia Crown Prince to improve so much. Back then, he definitely wasn't Willow Deity's match. His strength is probably comparable to an early-stage high god. He's a god with a lifespan of 100,000 years. Not only does he grow quickly, but his strength is also incredible. He's really not simple. He, the Origin returning Dao sect's 800 Dao realm fragments, are in our hands. Hearing the clamor around him, Xianxia Crown Prince also felt proud. Back then, he was very ordinary. Many gods could easily defeat him, especially Willow Deity. He could only smile when facing such an expert. But now these opponents of his have been surpassed by him, greatly surpassed. And this was his first step after reincarnating. In the future, he would enter the Dao Pagoda. I wonder who else from the various divine sects would like to exchange pointers with me. Xianxia Crown Prince as he looked at the entire valley. Everyone had witnessed the strength of the Xianxia Crown Prince. Without the strength of a high god, it was likely that he would be beaten up badly if he went up against him. However, at this moment, a figure lightly landed on the martial stage. This person was somewhat mysterious, and no one could see through his appearance. Moreover, he possessed the strength of a late-stage mid-god. "I am the Azura of the Origin, returning Dao sect. I am here to teach you a lesson." The person that had arrived was precisely Lin Ling. He hadn't casually revealed his appearance, and he'd concealed his identity and strength instead because he was afraid of scaring away the host body of the world will. "Who is this? I've never heard of him." "I don't know. He's only a mid-god. Can he defeat Xianxia Crown Prince with this strength?" There was a flurry of discussion all around as they sized Lin Ling up with curiosity. But in the end, most of them were disdainful. Even Willow Deity from the Origin returning Dao sect had been defeated. Wasn't this person courting death? "Who are you? How come I've never heard of you? Is there no one else in the Origin returning Dao sect that you're sending a piece of trash?" Xianxia Crown Prince looked at Lin Ling with contempt, his eyes full of disdain. He had never heard of Lin Ling either. Plus, he was only a mid-god. Naturally, he didn't think much of him. He pointed at Lin Ling and shot a powerful divine power at Lin Ling. "Get out of here." When the divine power arrived, Lin Ling moved and easily dodged it. However, this caused the crowd to laugh at him. They thought that this person who dared to go up would have some ability. Even if he wasn't a match for Xianxia Crown Prince, he would at least be able to resist. But who knew that this guy wouldn't dare to take a casual attack from Xianxia Crown Prince and could only dodge? That was just a casual attack. Is he here to make a fool of himself? In my opinion, if Xianxia Crown Prince gets serious, this guy won't be able to take a single attack. The Origin returning Dao sect has indeed declined. More disdainful comments came from all around. Uncle Yuan, what's going on? Willow deity stared at the battle platform and couldn't help but ask. Don't ask. Just watch. Taoist Yuan shook his head and continued to stare at Lin Ling on the battle platform. This made Willow deity grit his teeth. He thought that since Lin Ling had been sent to the battle platform by Uncle Yuan, he should have some ability. But it seemed that he couldn't even withstand a single blow and was even weaker than him. At least he had fought with Xianxia Crown Prince for thousands of rounds before his divine power ran out, and he lost. At this moment, endless mockery came from all around. Lin Ling was still indifferent. He seemed to be staring at Xianxia Crown Prince, but he was actually still searching for the host body of the world's will. However, he could vaguely sense it, but he wasn't sure of its exact location. It seemed that the only way to lure it out was to defeat Xianxia Crown Prince. All right, enough nonsense. You'd better use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Lin Ling said coldly as he looked away. I won't have another chance. Xianxia Crown Prince laughed, but it was an extremely cold laugh. He had focused on sparring today and hadn't killed anyone yet. So he would kill this guy to establish his dominance. Boom! He unleashed his full strength, and his divine power shot into the sky. Then he disappeared as if he had disappeared from the universe. No way, Xianxia Crown Prince used his full strength against that piece of trash. Seeing Xianxia Crown Prince's aura, everyone was shocked. This was like using a sledgehammer to kill a chicken. Kill me? Lin Ling's expression didn't change, but he sensed the killing intent coming. Great. After killing Xianxia Crown Prince, the real deal would probably appear. Lin Ling just stood there quietly and motionlessly. All of a sudden, there was a ripple in the void, and an earth-shattering power of divinity arrived, capable of crushing any mid-level deity. Has it appeared? Unfortunately, Xianxia Crown Prince met Lin Ling. Lin Ling sneered and slashed out with his hand like a knife. He didn't use any tricks, just a simple slash. Because the divine power in this slash was twice as strong as Xianxia Crown Prince's. 200 million was no joke. Even without the fusion talent, Lin Ling could easily unleash 100 million. Rumble. It looked like an ordinary slash, but it destroyed all of Xianxia Crown Prince's attacks. The hand was so close that Xianxia Crown Prince stopped breathing. Chapter 48:29. Of course, more importantly, this figure was very familiar. It was the Xianxia Crown Prince's body. The Xianxia Crown Prince instantly realized that his head had been chopped off and was flying backward. When he landed on the ground, he rolled. He could not breathe, even if he wanted to. His aura was completely gone. Ironically, this guy did not even have the chance to be protected by the Tao Realm. He was killed in one move. The entire process was clean and simple. It was to lure out the true host of the world's will. At this moment, there was complete silence. All the seniors of the Divine Gate and the disciples from the various great Tao sects stared at the head on the ground. They were so shocked that they forgot to breathe. Before this, they thought Lin Ling was a joke and would probably be killed by the Xianxia Crown Prince in one move. But in the end, the Xianxia Crown Prince who had returned from reincarnation was killed with just one move, or even just one slash. The gap was too big. In the origin returning Tao sect, all the disciples' mouths were agape. Apart from the origin returning Tao sect, even Willow deity gasped. His face was burning with pain. Previously, he kindly reminded Lin Ling, but Lin Ling laughed at him. Lin Ling was not Willow deity. At that time, Willow deity was unhappy, but he was defeated, so he held it in. He wanted to fight back against Lin Ling after Lin Ling was defeated. But now, it seemed that he had no hope of fighting back against Lin Ling. Not in this lifetime. When we sparred last time, he did not use his full strength. Even Lin Ziyu's heart was pounding at this moment. Good, Mr. Lin Ling won. This means that the origin returning Tao sect has won. Taoist Yuan was delighted. He was not surprised that Lin Ling won. He was just happy that Lin Ling had produced a large number of Tao realm fragments for them. Not bad, but it's just a sparring. Why kill? Since you're so heartless, let me have a taste of your strength. At this moment, an indifferent voice suddenly drifted over. Then, an ordinary-looking young man slowly walked over from a corner of the valley. This person wasn't tall, and his hair was tied up. Furthermore, he wasn't wearing the long robe of a deity. Instead, he was wearing the clothes of a martial artist. Who is this man? Such an outfit would undoubtedly make people look down on him. After all, true gods disdain to dress like mortals. After all, gods were gods, warriors were warriors, and warriors were mortals. Who are you? Lin Ling also faintly stared at this person. But he was actually overjoyed because he could sense the strength of a world's will from this person's body. This meant that this person was the host body of the world's will that Lin Ling wanted to find. He is the son of our heavenly underworld sect's leader, Lian Letian. Before the person could speak, someone in the distance spoke for him. It seemed to be someone from the Heaven Underworld sect. Most importantly, the members of the Heavenly Underworld sect were all wearing large cloaks that concealed their auras, making it impossible for others to see through their origins. Moreover, none of the divine sects present had heard of the Heaven Underworld sect before. It didn't seem to be a divine sect from the Age of Gods. That's right, we are indeed not a divine sect from the Age of Gods. We are from the current era. What age of desolation, age of gods, they're all farts to us. Only the divine sects that rose up in the current era are the most amazing. The person who spoke earlier said faintly. In a word, it could be said that he looked down on all the divine sects from the Age of Gods. Sir, what an arrogant tone. An old man immediately said coldly. He couldn't accept this person's arrogant manner. My tone is just so. That person shook his head faintly. Suddenly, he stretched out his palm, and a total of 500 million units of divine power came out. Puff! Before the divine power arrived, the old man's expression changed instantly. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and said in shock, "Middle stage, high god, at least you have some eyesight." That person didn't kill the old man. With a wave of his right hand, all the divine power from before disappeared. This caused all the seniors of the divine sects to stare at this person. They realized that there were quite a few people behind this person. Most importantly, none of them were weak. The Heaven Underworld sect was formed by a group of high gods. Their overall strength was naturally terrifying, so they didn't dare to provoke them. So you're qualified. Seeing that no one dared to object, the person looked at Lian Letian and continued to walk towards Lin Ling. Lian Lishan's expression didn't change. He continued to walk forward slowly. It could be seen that he only had the strength of a mid-level god. However, he still dared to fight Lin Ling when he had already erupted with such strength. This meant that he was confident that he was stronger than Lin Ling. Interesting. Lin Ling stared at Lian Letian. Previously, when the people from the Heaven Underworld sect attacked, others couldn't sense it. However, he clearly sensed that there was another type of energy hidden within the divine power. It was the energy of the underworld. This meant that this group of people came from the underworld. Moreover, the people from the underworld were together with the worlds will host. This meant that the people from the underworld were helping the worlds will host. Lin Ling had never had a good impression of the underworld. Back then, Ning Xingxin had fallen into the mortal world and reincarnated because of the disturbance caused by the underworld. Moreover, the underworld also had a grudge against Lin Ling. They couldn't wait to kill Lin Ling and bring him to the underworld. However, the current Lin Ling had hidden his appearance and aura, so the people from the underworld didn't recognize him. With Lin Ling's current magical powers, it wasn't difficult for him to hide his methods. In the square prison, there were many people who had such methods. The underworld, the worlds will host. What are they doing here at the Dao Tower? Moreover, they've been here for a long time. Why didn't they fight before? What are they waiting for? Lin Ling secretly guessed. Suddenly, he thought of Xianxia Crown Prince, and the mystery in his heart was instantly solved. Xianxia Crown Prince, a figure from the Age of Gods. In terms of strength, he was no match for Willow Deity. However, after reincarnating, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds. And this was the help of the worlds will host. This meant that the world's will host had come here to find more people like Xianxia Crown Prince. At this moment, Lien Letian came in front of Lin Ling and sized him up. He frowned slightly. For some reason, this person in front of him gave him a sense of familiarity. However, he was very sure that he had never seen Lin Ling before. Moreover, since he was sealed, the people he knew had long disappeared. Other than the stupid dragons in the Dragon Valley, he didn't know anyone else. Your strength is not bad. Unfortunately, you're still lacking an opportunity to cross the threshold. Lien Letian put away his thoughts and said lightly. With these words, Lin Ling was even more certain of his thoughts. This guy wanted him to become the world's will. Ridiculous. He, Lin Ling, was the 8th world's will host. Among all the hosts, he was ranked 2nd. This guy wanted to take him in? Lin Ling didn't speak and continued to look at Lien Letian. Lien Letian was not surprised by Lin Ling's silence and continued. What's your name? What if I give you an opportunity? Chapter 4830. Gulong, not a bad name. Yes. Lien Letian nodded with appreciation in his eyes, as if he had taken a fancy to Lin Ling. Are you not interested in the opportunity one mentioned before? Yes. Then, Lien Letian continued. Not interested, Lin Ling said bluntly. That's normal. I know that I need to show you some strength to let you know how powerful I am. Lien Letian nodded seriously and said proudly, How about this? I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have 3 moves. If you can defeat me within 3 moves, I'll admit defeat. Yes. He suddenly looked at the ground and said, It won't be easy to defeat me in 3 moves. How about this? If you can make me take a step back within 3 moves, I'll consider it your win. How about that? Yes. He obviously wanted to show his powerful strength and make Lin Ling willingly submit to him. Lin Ling almost laughed when he heard his words. Let him. He could even kill a mid-stage high god. Was it really okay to let him defeat Lin Ling? Your strength is very ordinary. Yes. Lin Ling shook his head and said disdainfully. Lien Letian was stunned by his words. He had said that Lin Ling's strength was not bad, but Lin Ling said that his strength was ordinary. There was no modesty at all. However, he soon stopped caring. A frog at the bottom of a well did not know how powerful he was. Even if he explained too much, Lin Ling would not accept it. You're right. Now make your move. Yes. Lien Letian had the demeanor of an expert. He beckoned to Lin Ling. I don't understand. Your strength is so ordinary, and my strength is so good. You're courting death by letting me have 3 moves. Yes. However, Lin Ling still did not make his move. Make your move. It's useless to rely on your mouth. Yes. Even though Lu Tian was displeased, he still smiled politely. The main reason was that he wanted Lin Ling to willingly submit to him. That was why he put on the demeanor of an expert and did not mind Lin Ling's rudeness. Moreover, this person was really thick-skinned. He had boasted that his strength was not bad, but he had completely forgotten that he was the one who had told Lu Tian that his strength was not bad. Furthermore, it was just a polite remark, but this guy actually took it seriously. All right. At this time, Lin Ling finally nodded. He didn't erupt with his innate talent fusion. Instead, he pushed his physical strength and divinity to the peak. Boom! Boundless killing intent radiated from Lin Ling's body. It was the eternal killing world. The divine embryo's aura left everyone stunned. This was because this was an incomparably rare high god divine embryo. A high god divine embryo was something that not even a high god would necessarily be able to possess. In addition, the more powerful a divine embryo was, the more potential it would have in the future. Take the high gods present, for example. If they wanted to break through, they would probably need tens of millions of years. Moreover, this was the result of luck and opportunity. This was because the divine embryo's talent was not high. That's right. Lien Lutian stared at Lin Ling's aura and nodded in satisfaction. A high god divine embryo could become one of the most advantageous tombs for him. How could he know that the reason why Lin Ling had erupted with the eternal killing world was to hide his other methods and prevent the netherworld from discovering his origins. Boom! The fist arrived, getting closer and closer to Lien Lutian. Very good talent. Lien Lutian had his hands behind his back, still admiring Lin Ling's divine embryo's talent. The more he thought about it, the happier he became, as if he had obtained a precious treasure. Boom! However, when Lin Ling's fist landed on his chest, his face froze. Green and red intertwined, as if his dantian had been destroyed. Lin Ling floated back, looking indifferently at Lien Lutian. Lien Lutian sucked in a breath of cold air and finally took a step back. Bang! This step also caused the martial stage to explode, attracting countless attention. Didn't you say that you would give him 3 moves and make him admit defeat after taking a single step? Damn, he retreated after the first step. All the gods were tongue-tied and then mocked him. As for the people of Sky Nether Sect, they were silent at this moment, as if they were incomparably shocked. This was because they knew Lien Lutian's strength. He could fight an early-stage high god and even kill them. How could he be injured by a mid-stage high god? You lost. At the same time, Lin Ling said indifferently, "That was an accident. Let's do it again." Lien Lutian suppressed the violent tumbling of his dantian, gritted his teeth, and said with a smile, "I'll say it again. If you can make me take a step back, I'll consider it your win. But you've already retreated before." Lin Ling shook his head. "I've already said that it was an accident. If you have the ability, make me take another step back." Lien Lutian almost could not help but roar. "All right." Lin Ling nodded, took a step forward, and punched again. His punch did not seem strong, but it suppressed a terrifying physical strength. The combination of the two was naturally not something a mid-stage high god could resist. This kid has a strange power, but he's still a mid-stage high god. This kind of power can only be used once. Now, I'll definitely be able to block the second punch. Seeing Lin Ling's move, Lien Lutian still did not move. It was as if his body had merged with the universe. In his body, the will of the world was tumbling, preparing to resist Lin Ling's second punch. It also formed a hidden force, preparing to counterattack Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling was injured by the will of the world, then Lin Ling would definitely be defeated and willingly submit to him. Boom! When a second punch arrived, Lien Lutian's body shook and his face turned purple. He discovered that this man called Gulong's second punch was even more powerful than the first. Most importantly, he discovered that the will of the world in his dantian had disappeared after entering Gulong's body. Bang, bang, bang. In a short period of time, Lien Lutian retreated 3 steps. "You retreated again." Lin Ling looked at him indifferently. His calm voice was like a heavy slap to Lien Lutian's face. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lien Lutian. Their eyes were filled with laughter. Lien Lutian's face turned green and red, as if he had lost all face. "All right, I've underestimated you. Come, let's have a real battle with our strength." Lien Lutian shouted angrily. He did not expect Gulong to be so strong, forcing him back with 2 punches. "Shame! Shameless!" Everyone laughed sarcastically. Lien Lutian had been so arrogant, giving his opponent 3 moves. Now, he had been slapped in the face. He was obviously not that strong, but he still had the nerve to give his opponent a move. This was shameless. Of course, while they were laughing, they were also shocked by Lien Lutian's strength. Putting aside the fact that he was thick-skinned, Lien Lutian indeed had some strength. After all, Gulong's 2 punches looked extremely extraordinary. They were probably the same force that killed Prince Xianxia. Prince Xianxia could not take it, but Lien Lutian could. It seemed that even Lutian was most likely the strongest existence among the mid-level gods. "Are you sure you want to have a real battle with me?" Lin Ling looked at Lien Lutian strangely. Chapter 48:31. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." "All right." Lin Ling nodded. The third stage of talent fusion combined with a murderous aura to form a strange power. "Be careful." "All right." Then, Lin Ling did not waste any more words. He rushed forward and punched out. This punch could kill an early-stage high god. Come, I'll show you my strength. All right, Lien Letian said coldly and unleashed his full strength. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly realized that Lin Ling's punch had already arrived. This punch could split the heavens and the earth. The power of a god was incomparably terrifying. It did not even exist among the mid-level gods. You, all right, Lien Letian roared, but his chest was hit by Lin Ling's punch. Boom! Lien Lishan's body exploded, and the entire valley shook violently. The barrier that had been set up before seemed to be on the verge of collapse. This was the power of a punch. In the origin returning Dao sect, all the disciples opened their mouths wide. This Gulong's full strength was too terrifying. Even Daoist Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen such a powerful mid-level god. If they knew that this was only a part of Lin Ling's strength, they would be even more shocked. Not good, young master. All right, looking at the people from the origin returning Dao sect, they were all shocked. They did not expect to meet someone stronger than Lien Letian. Of course, they knew about Lien Lishan's origin. This was a god who had met the god of the underworld. He was the host of the world will, and his potential was incomparably terrifying. Generally speaking, after he became a mid-level god, no one would be his match. At this moment, Lien Lishan's body exploded and turned into a yellow mist. Then it condensed and formed a huge human head that floated in the air. You, how dare you destroy my body? All right. His voice was incomparably ferocious and filled with anger. Everyone stared at the yellow mist that he had turned into and felt a pressure that could crush their souls. What kind of power is this? Could it be the power of the world will? Yes, that's right. Back then, I died under this power. I remember. Has a world will finally appeared? Everyone was greatly shocked. Although they knew that the Dao realm would definitely have a world will, the Dao realm was too big. Normally, it would be very difficult to encounter a world will. And now, this was the first time they encountered a world will host body. Yellow. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that the will of the world was also divided into different grades. They were respectively black, green, blue, yellow, red, gold, and purple. Among them, purple was the strongest. Yellow meant that his strength was pretty good. The great god of the spirit nation was said to be red. However, the great god of the spirit nation did not seem to know how to control the power of the world. Therefore, his combat power was not strong. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Lin Ling roared angrily. Not only was he not afraid, he even pounced forward. With your strength, you have the nerve to give me 3 moves? Do you know that the person who acted so pretentious in front of me last time has already reincarnated? To me, you're nothing. Rumble. Lin Ling rushed into the yellow mist and punched out continuously, causing the yellow mist to disperse. I'm the host body of the world will. Even Lution let out a loud roar. Is it that great? Let me tell you, I see the host body of the world will almost every day. Lin Ling's powerful punch broke the valley and blasted Lien Lution out of the valley. Lin Ling burst out with the Kwafu's son chasing Boots and rushed out of the valley. Then, he grabbed Lien Lution and ran into the distance. Oh no! The people of the Sky Nether sect were originally in a daze. However, they gradually came to their senses and rushed out of the valley. They were extremely powerful, and there were even late-stage, high-level gods hiding among them. However, when they rushed out, they only saw a snowstorm. Lin Ling and Lien Lution had disappeared. We've been tricked. This person is here for Lien Lution. Find them. We must find them. Otherwise, we won't be able to answer to the Lord. After recovering from their shock, they began to search in all directions. At this moment, Lin Ling activated the Panga's absolute shock and burst out with twice the speed, rushing towards the west at the speed of 20 million worlds. The person he was holding in his hand was naturally Lien Lution. Who the hell are you? Lien Lution wanted to resist, but he found that he could not. He was anxious and angry. He was anxious because this person knew his origin but was still not afraid of him. Instead, he kidnapped him. He probably came with a purpose. He was angry because he was the host of the world's will and had been specially nurtured by the god of the underworld. How dare this person kidnap him? Lin Ling ignored him. The means to hide his aura disappeared, and he returned to his original appearance. Lien Lutian frowned and stared at Lin Ling. The sense of familiarity in his mind became stronger. He was very sure that he had seen this person before, but he could not remember where he had seen him. "It's you." Finally, Lien Lutian's expression changed drastically. He remembered everything. Back then, when he was sealed in the Dragon Valley, he had almost escaped. However, he had met a young man halfway. That young man had tricked him and caused the dragon god of the Dragon Valley to discover that he was trying to escape. He had been sealed in the Dragon Valley again. At that time, he had been furious. The escape plan that he had prepared for many years had been ruined by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Therefore, after so many years, he still remembered Lin Ling. However, he had not expected that the young man from back then had grown to such a level. "I remember now." Lin Ling looked coldly at Lien Lutian and said, "Let me ask you, how did you escape?" "I won't tell you." Lien Lutian suddenly gritted his teeth. "You have no right to choose when you are in my hands. You can choose not to tell me, but don't think that I can't do anything to you." Lin Ling sneered. "Hee, I'm the host of the world's will. I am immortal. Even if you can kill me, after thousands of years, I will still be reincarnated." Lien Lutian smiled disdainfully. "Perhaps you don't know this, but many of the 9-world will's host bodies have fallen, but they reincarnated and returned. As for me, I've never died. Reincarnation is even simpler. You may not know this, but hosts of the worlds can devour each other. If you are devoured, how will you be reincarnated?" Lin Ling lowered his head and looked at Lien Lutian. As soon as he said this, Lien Lutian's expression changed instantly. Of course, he knew this. "Could it be that you are also a host of the world's will?" Lien Lutian suddenly thought of something and could not help but roar. "I don't want to repeat what I said a second time." "How is the Dragon Valley now?" Lin Ling asked again, his eyes cold. "You." Chapter 48:32. According to legend, the goo was cultivated by 9 poisonous insects. They were stored in a jade bottle and buried underground. It was dug out 3 years later. There was no food in the jade bottle, so the poisonous insects devoured each other. In the end, the one that devoured the most was the Goo King. This was similar to their world will's host body. They devoured each other, and the final host body of the world will was the strongest god of the world will. However, why did Lin Ling give him such a terrifying feeling? Could it be that Lin Ling was really the host body of the world will? However, how could this be possible? A little brat that he accidentally met tens of thousands of years ago was now crushing him high above and had even become the host body of the world will. Most importantly, he seemed to be the host body of the world will that was even more powerful than him. How can you be the host body of the world will? Lien Lutian exclaimed. Are you still going to say that now? Lin Ling looked at Lien Lutian coldly. I'll say, back then, someone from the underworld came and saved me. They eradicated the Dragon Valley. Lien Lutian hurriedly said. Eradicated? Lin Ling frowned. Deep in his eyes, a flame of anger burned. He was indebted to the Dragon Valley, and now it was eradicated by the underworld? Are they all dead? Lin Ling stopped and stared coldly at Lien Lutian. This, I don't know either. Lien Lutian shook his head in panic and kept waving his hands. Bang! Suddenly, Lin Ling's palm grabbed Lien Lutian's shoulder. A strange force poured out of his palm and gradually corroded Lien Lutian's shoulder. Ah! Lien Lutian let out a painful cry as if he had met his natural enemy. At this moment, he was even more certain that Lin Ling was the host body of the world will, because the force in Lin Ling's palm was the power of the world will, and it was extremely powerful. In fact, even Lin Ling did not notice this force. He only felt that he had activated the power of God. I'll say, they're not dead. The dragon god is not dead, and some of the direct bloodlines are not dead, but I don't know where they were taken to. Lien Letian finally spoke. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He then retracted his palm, and Lien Letian finally let out a sigh of relief. Lin Ling did not say a word and continued flying into the distance with an extremely cold expression. Lin Ling did not believe Lien Lishan's words. He felt that Lien Letian was hiding something from him. However, he wasn't in a hurry. After he obtained the Shrine of Ice's Tao Realm fragment, he planned to help Dragon Valley and the others. Where are we going now? However, his eyes kept flickering, making it hard to tell what he was thinking. This Lien Letian is quite extraordinary. Even though I've devoured his soul energy, he probably still has some tricks up his sleeve. To be sure, I have to figure out what he's up to before making a move. Lin Ling was silent. In fact, he was also thinking about how to control Lien Letian and learn everything he knew. Not long after, a huge snowy mountain appeared in front of them. There was an endless snowstorm on the snowy mountain. It was extremely terrifying. The mountain towered into the clouds. They could vaguely see a dazzling ice crystal palace on top of the mountain. The Shrine of Ice. Lin Ling's eyes instantly lit up. He then looked at the huge, snowy mountain and suddenly realized that there was no path to go up the mountain. The only way was to go up the mountain. Lin Ling, don't tell me you're thinking of climbing the mountain. Looking at Lin Ling, the corner of Lien Lishan's mouth twitched. Hee. Lin Ling only smiled and ignored him. He used his divinity to form a chain that trapped Lien Letian in the depths of his soul. Then, he dragged Lien Letian up the mountain. You're crazy. Even a high god wouldn't dare to underestimate these snowstorms. You and I are only mid-gods. Lien Letian exclaimed and kept shaking his head. I'm not going. I'm not going. Although you and I are both mid-gods, I'm not an ordinary mid-god. As for you, I reckon you won't be afraid of the snowstorms. You won't die. At most, you'll suffer some physical pain. Lin Ling finally spoke. After sneering, he shot toward the snowy mountain. Rumble. The snowstorm came, as if it could freeze the divinity of a god. Ah, it's so cold. Lin Ling, wait, don't run too fast. Lien Letian was tied up by Lin Ling and seriously injured by Lin Ling naturally. He couldn't resist the snowstorm's attack. He was also crying out because of the cold. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't care about him at all. He merged his talents, and the gray robe appeared. His strength doubled as he rushed toward the mountain peak. Moreover, his speed was very fast, causing Lien Letian, who was behind him, to be dragged along like a dog, letting out painful groans and screams. Lin Ling noticed this and sneered. Instead of slowing down, he sped up. Time passed quietly. The closer they got to the mountain peak, the stronger the snowstorm. Even a mid-level high god would have to avoid the cold. Lin Ling's hair and eyebrows were already full of frost. When he exhaled, the air immediately turned into ice dregs. I'm almost at the mountain peak. Lin Ling raised his head and looked ahead. He finally slowed down. Behind him, Lien Letian had already turned into an ice sculpture. His face was full of pain and anger, but his expression was also frozen. Bang! After a long time, Lin Ling finally stepped onto the mountain peak. He looked around and saw a huge ice palace. Surprisingly, the sun was shining brightly on the mountain peak. It wasn't cold at all. Instead, it was like spring all year round. Moreover, there were quite a few people on the mountain peak. There were dozens of them. These people all had the strength of a high-level deity. Moreover, they looked highly respected and sage-like. Of course, they were also staring at Lin Ling, their expressions full of astonishment. Fellow cultivator, did you climb up the mountain? Someone cupped his hands and smiled at Lin Ling. That's right. Lin Ling's eyes flickered slightly, but then he smiled. He could sense that these people were all very strong. Most of them were late-stage high gods. Impressive, impressive. Everyone nodded courteously. They didn't underestimate Lin Ling, because being able to reach the Shrine of Ice meant that he had a certain level of strength. Furthermore, those who were able to come here all had great backgrounds. Lin Ling even saw the Yellow Emperor's men among them. He had only met them once before, so he wasn't familiar with them. Lin Ling also didn't intend to reveal his identity. "Where's this popsicle?" Someone suddenly pointed behind Lin Ling. Lien Letian was still frozen into an ice sculpture, but at this moment, he was slowly melting. "A friend of mine," Lin Ling replied with a smile. Everyone blinked and smiled faintly, but they didn't expose him. Chapter 48:33. Lin Ling, I'm not done with you. At this time, Lien Letian finally woke up. He let out an angry roar, his whole body trembling with anger. Previously, he was dragged by Lin Ling to climb the mountain. It could be said that he had experienced a blizzard. Even his dantian and soul were frozen. That kind of pain was unimaginable. "Why? I brought you here. You should thank me." Lin Ling looked at Lien Letian strangely. "Thank my ass. You only know how to run. You don't understand my feelings at all." Lien Letian roared and became even more angry. Lin Ling. Among the dozens of experts present, one person's eyes flashed. After pondering for a while, his face changed greatly. He walked out and politely bowed. "So it's Your Excellency, Lin Ling. It's an honor to meet you." This person was one of the Yellow Emperor's men. Moreover, his status in the Yellow Emperor's tomb was not low. Therefore, he was very clear about Lin Ling's importance to the Yellow Emperor. "My name is Zhao Hashan. People call me Fortune God Zhao." That man introduced himself. "So it's Senior Zhao. It's an honor to meet you." Lin Ling had recognized him long ago. It was just that they had only met once, so he did not greet him before. "I don't dare to call myself senior. Most of the people who can come here are of the same generation. Calling me senior is too much for me. If Your Excellency Lin Ling doesn't mind, just call me Brother Zhao." Zhao Hashan immediately waved his hand and said, "What a joke." Even the Yellow Emperor's confidant had to give face to Lin Ling. How could he dare to call himself senior in front of Lin Ling? "Then I'll take the liberty to call you Brother Zhao." Lin Ling cupped his hands and said. He looked around and suddenly asked, "Brother Zhao, are you also here to visit the Master of the Shrine of Ice?" "Yes, but it's not a visit. It's just an exchange. The Master of the Shrine of Ice is the Iceberg Taoist. He has comprehended the universe's Tao. If you exchange Tao with him, you will benefit greatly." Zhao Hashan said, "Generally speaking, Frost Taoist is in seclusion to comprehend the great Tao of the universe. He comes out once every 100 years. This is also the time for us to discuss the great Tao of the universe. Your Excellency Lin Ling, you've arrived just in time." "That's right. We've been communicating with each other for over 1,000 years. We come here every 100 years." The rest of the people said with a smile. They were also very polite to Lin Ling. Because they saw Zhao Hashan being polite to Lin Ling, they all guessed that this Lin Ling's background was not small either. Moreover, even though they had sensed that Lin Ling was only a mid-level deity, they didn't dare to slight Lin Ling in the slightest. "That's great. I also want to pay a visit to Senior Frost Taoist. Why don't we go together?" Lin Ling was overjoyed and quickly said with a smile, It's fine. Exchanging the great Tao of the universe, regardless of seniority or seniority. As long as you have the heart to pursue the great Tao, it's fine." Everyone nodded and did not object to Lin Ling's participation. Next, everyone led Lin Ling forward, chatting and laughing along the way. As for behind the crowd, Lin Ling was still dragging Lien Letian as if he was dragging a dog. "Damn Lin Ling, he doesn't treat me as a human at all. When I have the chance, I'll definitely make him regret knowing me." However, this Lin Ling was just a little kid in the void of the 9 regions back then. Why has he changed so much? Even these respected seniors know him. Among these people, one of them is the embroidered cloud dragon killer, an ancient figure from the prehistoric era. I heard that in the area of the Tao Pagoda, he doesn't join any forces, but no one dares to provoke him. Lien Letian was angry and shocked. He was angry because Lin Ling only knew how to abuse him. He was surprised because Lin Ling did not seem to be a fledgling junior. "Ha! I've kept everyone waiting." After entering the Shrine of Ice, a hearty voice sounded. Then, A short old man, wearing a white robe, walked over with a smile to welcome them. Ice Taoist. Everyone cupped their hands and bowed to the old man. It could be seen that they had known each other for a long time. Lin Ling also stared at the old man and was secretly shocked. This was the master of the Shrine of Eyes that Xianxia had told him that as long as he completed his cultivation problem, he would be able to obtain a large number of Tao realm fragments. A strange feeling arose in his heart, because old Sangue had once told him that there were many deities in the Tao realm who were transformed from Tao realm wills. As long as one completed their wishes, one would be rewarded. However, no matter how he looked at the person in front of him, he did not seem to be transformed from Tao realm wills. Who are these two? After greeting everyone, Ice Taoist suddenly looked at Lin Ling and Lian Letian and asked. Lin Ling and Lian Letian were newcomers, so he naturally recognized them at a glance. This is His Excellency Lin Ling. Zhao Hashan immediately introduced them. Oh, so you are Zhao Hashan's disciple. Ice Taoist stroked his beard with a look of realization. After all, Lin Ling was only a mid-god, so he naturally thought that he was more of a junior. Ice Taoist, don't talk nonsense. How would I dare to be his master? It is my fortune to be his elder brother. Zhao Hashan was shocked. Lin Ling was a favorite of the Yellow Emperor. How would he dare to accept him as a disciple? In fact, between him and Lin Ling, it was more like he was trying to curry favor with Lin Ling. I see. Then is brother Lin Ling also here to discuss the great Tao of the universe? Ice Taoist's eyes lit up, and then he smiled politely. This is not really a discussion. I am just here to learn. Lin Ling also replied politely, but he was depressed. Everyone present was a senior, so their understanding of the great Tao was naturally deeper than his. How could he join in the discussion? He could only hope that the light ball left behind by Xianxia would be of some help. It's fine, it's fine. There is no order here. Anyone can express their opinion. Everyone follow me. Ice Taoist waved his hand nonchalantly and led Lin Ling and the rest forward. Then, they entered a huge ice palace. The ice palace was filled with calligraphy and paintings. The paintings were written with brush strokes. They looked simple, but each stroke carried the flavor of the great Tao of the universe. It was as if each stroke was one of the necessary laws to form the universe. However, when all the strokes were connected together, a word was formed, and, at the same time, a universe was formed. Amazing! Lin Ling stared at the ice palace and found the word Xian, Yi, and Yuan. However, these words looked simple, but they were extremely profound. Lin Ling sensed something related to Lin Ling's universe. However, as for what it was, Lin Ling could not figure it out. The great Tao of the universe had always been profound. Those who could completely grasp it were already the masters of the universe, controlling the life and death of the entire universe. For example, the Tao Pagoda that Lin Ling was currently in was actually a universe. If he could understand the great Tao here, he would be able to transcend the restrictions of the laws here. Your Excellency Lin Ling, could it be that you have an opinion? Or does Your Excellency Lin Ling also know about calligraphy? Seeing Lin Ling exclaim, Ice Taoist immediately asked with a smile. Chapter 48:34. Never learned it. Everyone was dumbfounded. If he had never learned it, he couldn't discuss it with them. Moreover, he wasn't even qualified to ask for advice, let alone discuss it. After all, even if he wanted to ask for advice, he had to have some understanding of the great Tao and calligraphy. He had to understand what others were saying. Moreover, the calligraphy and paintings here were actually written by Iceberg Taoist in the form of calligraphy that he understood about the great Tao of the universe. Idiot! Seeing that Lin Ling was completely out of place, even Lu Tian, who was tied behind him, gloated. Actually, although I don't understand it, I can learn it now. At this time, Lin Ling also said modestly. Previously, he was only aiming for the Tao state fragment, but after seeing the calligraphy with the great Tao of the universe, he was also interested. After all, his current Lin Ling universe wasn't very stable. If he was familiar with some of the great Tao of the universe, it would be easier for him to control the Linling universe and grow faster. Learn it now. Everyone's expression became even more strange. The Great Tao took 3,000 years. This meant that it would take at least 3,000 years to comprehend the Great Tao. In fact, this was a polite way of saying it, because if one really wanted to comprehend the Great Tao, even 3,000 years might not be enough. However, Lin Ling wanted to learn it now. Everyone suddenly felt awkward. One of the more impatient ones said, "The Great Tao is vast like smoke. It's impossible to learn it in a short period of time, not to mention resonating with the Great Tao. Even communicating with and sensing the Great Tao is very difficult." This sentence could be said to have completely sentenced Lin Ling to death. Lin Ling suddenly smiled awkwardly and felt a little depressed. After all, this was what Xianxia asked him to do. He really didn't prepare for it. "I'll just take a look." Lin Ling waved his hand and didn't bother to join the discussion. He went to look at the calligraphy around him. What an amazing calligraphy. It's clearly a few simple strokes, but when combined together, it really looks like a big universe. Moreover, these strokes may seem simple, but in fact, each stroke is just right and very mature. A slight deviation or delay in writing will change the entire situation. The Great Tao is ultimately the comprehension of the mind and doesn't represent combat strength. However, it's very important. Unfortunately, it's too difficult. No wonder today's gods determine combat strength by divine power and completely abandon the comprehension of the Great Tao. Lin Ling continued. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he found that the white light ball that Xianxia had left for him was emitting a gentle light. Suddenly, a profound comprehension. Lin Linz's Dao's T-test S's assessed as senior Xianxia white ball's meaning is hidden within. Comprehension of the Great Tao may seem profound, but after thoroughly comprehending it, it's only a matter of a veil. Lin Ling's became brighter and brighter. The power of divinity appeared in his hands. He closed his eyes and began to draw in the air. The word he wrote was Xian. Xian. Xian seemed simple, but it was actually tens of millions of complex words. The first stroke, the angle, and even the strength of the stroke affected the entire universe. Lin Ling's was difficult at the beginning, but he gradually became like a fish in water. Xian, Xian seemed to contain the laws and order of the universe. The universe's Great Tao may seem close, but it's like the moon in the water. You can see it, but you can't touch it. All of you have been comprehending the Great Tao for millions of years. Now, most of you have only touched the Great Tao and sensed it. To truly reach the point of resonating with the Great Tao requires tens of millions of years. That's the might of an era. At this moment, Icy Frost Taoist was still discussing with the crowd. Everyone nodded. Their brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. Some were enlightened, while others were still puzzled. As expected of Icy Frost Taoist, we're still at the stage of sensing the Great Tao, but you've already reached the point of resonating with the Great Tao. I reckon that by the time we can sense the Great Tao and touch it, Icy Frost Taoist will have reached the level of creating the Great Tao. At that time, you'll be able to create the universe with a wave of your hand. That's right. Moreover, the gods of today pursue combat power. In fact, they don't know that comprehension of the state of mind is the end. Even if I don't have the power of divinity, I can still create the Great Tao. Any god will be changed by the Great Tao. Any god will be controlled by the universe. Icy Frost Taoist, you're indeed an expert of our generation. The crowd spoke one after another, their expressions full of admiration. The resonance of the Great Tao is not about time, but about comprehension. Of course, if one perseveres in comprehending it, tens of millions of years, or even several years later, there's still a chance to comprehend the resonance of the Great Tao. As for comprehending it in a short period of time, it's impossible. After all, it's a divine ability. Icy Frost Taoist stroked his beard and said politely. However, halfway through his sentence, his pupils suddenly narrowed. He felt that the air around him had suddenly resonated. Even the words around the ice palace seemed to be resonating. And this was the sign of the resonance of the great Tao. Oh my God! The others also reacted and shifted their gazes. Only then did they realize that the resonance of the great Tao was coming from a corner of the ice sculpture. There was only one person in that corner who was staring at the sky and writing a big word in front of him. This person was Lin Ling. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Who is it? Icy Frost Taoist thought that it was Lin Ling. However, on second thought, Lin Ling had just come to comprehend the great Tao. Naturally, it couldn't be Lin Ling. He led the crowd and rushed over, looking around curiously. Who is it? Icy Frost Taoist asked as he searched. Who? What do you mean by who? Lin Ling frowned. He was curious as to why these people were so anxious. It's the person who caused the resonance of the great Tao. Zhao Hashan also said anxiously. Resonance of the great Tao? What's that? Lin Ling frowned even more. It's hard to explain. After all, you just comprehended the great Tao. Icy Frost Taoist sighed and couldn't be bothered to explain. He continued to ask, was there anyone else here besides you? No, it was just me, Lin Ling said. Chapter 48:35. Senior Ice Frost, what is the resonance of the great Tao? What's wrong with you guys? You don't look right. Lin Ling asked with a frown. It's a long story. How about this? I'll show you. Ice Frost Taoist shook his head and drew with his divine energy. The resonance of the great Tao is not easy to comprehend. Watch carefully. Watch carefully. Divine energy appeared in his hand, and he drew in the air. The moment the first stroke appeared, the void shook. The terrifying thing was that this stroke did not have any divine energy. It did not even have any offensive power. It only had the feeling of a law. As expected of Ice Frost Taoist, everyone present could feel the great Tao, and they all cheered. In the end, the great laws of the universe were not the power of divinity. Thus, they didn't seem to have any offensive or defensive capabilities. But once the great laws of the universe took form, they would possess their own great Tao. Their might would be terrifying. Any power of divinity would be controlled by the great laws. The second stroke, Ice Frost Taoist's face turned serious as he drew again. The void shook again as if a miniature universe had appeared. In this universe, life, death, blooming, and withering quietly took shape. The third stroke, the fourth stroke, Ice Frost Taoist continued to write big words that took shape in the void. The entire void shook. When all the strokes were drawn, they combined perfectly. It was as if it could not be done a second earlier or a second later. A huge Xian word floated in the air. It looked 5 meters big, but it had already become a universe. This Xian word combined with the universe and formed a resonance. It was as if another Tao was being born. People even noticed that any divine energy was ineffective in this Xian word. This was because this small universe already had its own laws. Any divine energy in it would have to obey the laws of this small universe. Unfortunately, this small universe was still too small, so it had yet to mature. However, this resonance of the great Tao was a seed that would create a great universe in the future. This was also the reason why people studied the great Tao and gave up on divine energy. These were two different paths. At this moment, Ice Frost Taoist closed his eyes and quietly recovered. Although it was just a word, it consumed more energy than any divine ability. It made him feel a little exhausted. The other gods, on the other hand, were trying to comprehend the gigantic Xian character as they recalled the process of writing it. After all, there were many words that resonated with the great Tao in the Ice Palace. However, they were all written by Ice Snow Taoist in the past. This was the first time they had seen Ice Snow Taoist write words that resonated with the great Tao. Words passed down the great Tao. That's right. Words spread throughout the universe, including countless worlds and the great laws of the universe. After a short moment, they opened their eyes successively and spoke with shock. All of them seemed to have attained enlightenment. Although this kind of enlightenment was very, very little, only a trace, it still made them incomparably happy. This is the resonance of the Great Path. Previously, I detected the resonance of the Great Path in this direction. That's why I asked you, can you understand it? At this moment, Icy Taoist opened his eyes and smiled at Lin Ling. Then he shook his head and said, "You can't even sense the Great Tao. I've told you so much, but I don't think you understand. Is this the resonance of the Great Tao you were talking about?" Lin Ling blinked, and the power of gods appeared in his palm. Then he drew on the air. Moreover, his stroke was 10 meters long. Most importantly, compared to Icy Taoist's stroke, Lin Ling's stroke was as smooth as flowing water. It was as though the universe was formed naturally. In just a few moments, a huge Xian word that was 10 meters long floated in the sky. Rumble. The resonance of the Great Tao was as though the Tao state had resonated with the word, because these two were the same universe. The only difference was that one was big and the other was small. As for Icy Taoist Xian word, compared to Lin Ling's, it was like the difference between a shrimp and a shark. It was like the difference between clouds and mud. Resonance of the Great Tao, forming its own rule, stabilizing the world. Icy Taoist stared at the huge Xian word and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. He realized that Lin Ling was still blinking. Blinking your ass. Didn't you say that you have different Taoists? Didn't you say that you wanted to ask for advice? This is not just asking for advice, it's giving advice. Icy Taoist felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He recalled telling Lin Ling that Lin Ling didn't even have any Tao comprehension. Even if he had the resonance of the Great Tao, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to detect it. Now, he felt as though he had been slapped in the face. Moreover, it was from both sides. He even thought that Lin Ling was toying with him. This word is bigger than Icy Taoist's, and the resonance is deeper. Most importantly, didn't you see? The speed at which he wrote the word Xian is faster than Icy Taoist's. At this rate, he can create his own universe. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was as if they wanted to tear apart Lin Ling's face to see what secrets he was hiding. Most importantly, Lin Ling was blinking innocently, as if he had just learned it. Lin Ling's innocent look made them want to give him a good beating. Icy Taoist had been comprehending the Great Tao for 10 million years and was barely able to achieve the resonance of the Great Tao. On the other hand, there was no need to mention them. They were at least 5 million years old, and now they were barely able to sense the Grand Tao. Looking at Lin Ling, he had only just learned it. Comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Even Letian, who was far away, was furious. He thought that Lin Ling was too shameless. How could they know that Lin Ling had indeed just comprehended it? It was from Guangchengzi's ball of light. Lin Ling also didn't expect that the ball of light, which was originally left to guide Icy Taoist, would allow him to comprehend the resonance of the Great Tao and gain a preliminary understanding of the laws of the universe. Lin Ling's universe was a natural law. Lin Ling didn't set up any laws. But now, Lin Ling had learned a preliminary understanding of the laws of the universe. His control over Lin Ling's universe was smoother, and he could control more. It seemed that Guangchengzi was not only helping him, but also giving him guidance. Guangchengzi was an ancient giant god. The laws of the universe that he knew were naturally more powerful. Your Excellency Lin Ling, didn't you say that you didn't understand the laws of the universe? Icy Taoist asked Lin Ling with a wry smile after recovering from his shock. Well, I just learned it. Lin Ling continued blinking. Blinking again? Icy Taoist nearly went berserk. He had been smiling bitterly for 50 million years. He had comprehended the laws of the universe, but the word Xian he wrote was only 5 meters long. But Lin Ling had just comprehended it, and the word he wrote was 10 meters long. Your Excellency Lin Ling, are you here to slap my face? Chapter 48:36. If Lin Ling left or did not pay attention to a certain place, The laws of the universe would not work according to his will. It was like rain. When you stretched out your hand, your palm could stop the rain from falling, but after you left, the rain would still drip to the ground. That was the logic. That was why Lin Ling asked, "How about this? Let's try using the laws of the universe." Icy Frost Taoist was also interested. Although he often sparred with others, most of the time, he was the one who gave the most pointers. Now that he had finally met a god who was on par with him, he was naturally interested. "Don't worry, I won't let you spar for nothing. I'll give you 1,000,000 Tao fragments." Icy Frost Taoist laughed. Lin Ling's body shook. The reward was finally here. 1,000,000 Tao fragments would qualify him to enter the Tao Pagoda. Okay. There was no reason for Lin Ling not to agree, but he asked doubtfully, "Can great precepts also clash?" The laws of the universe he knew were in Lin Ling's universe, where he could use the void of the entire universe to suppress his opponent. However, this was the Tao realm, which had its own laws of the universe. If Lin Ling used his own laws, he would probably be rejected by the Tao realm. Yes, we only need the laws of the two universes to clash. As long as it's not too long, the laws of the Tao realm will not restrict us. Icy Frost Taoist said with a smile. Then, he floated back and reminded, "Your Excellency Lin Ling, carve all your understanding of the Tao in words and attack me. Because we are all beginners of the laws of the universe, we can only use words to display the means we can use. We can't use them at will." Understood. Lin Ling nodded. No wonder the Ice Temple was mostly written in words. It turned out that it was the most convenient way to display the laws of the universe. Then, Lin Ling closed his eyes and displayed all his understanding of the Tao before writing it in front of him. In fact, when it came to understanding the Tao, Lin Ling's understanding of it was not shallow. However, compared to the ancient giant gods, his understanding was like the hair of an ox. But now, with Master Guangqing's comprehension, Lin Ling also gained considerable benefits, his comprehension increasing greatly. Moreover, he also added in Lin Ling's comprehension of the universe. Many of the laws in Lin Ling's universe were naturally formed. Lin Ling could control them at will, but he couldn't create them. Now, Lin Ling was imitating those laws and carving them out. On the other side, Taoist Ice Snow had his eyes closed and was motionless. At this moment, all the words in the Ice Palace suddenly floated towards him, turning into ink and disappearing into his body. He had actually activated the resonance of the great Tao that he had written down all these years. However, this was clearly unfair. After all, this was a superimposed great cosmos law. Obviously, he intended to suppress Lin Ling and defeat Lin Ling. This brat comprehension ability is too terrifying. He must be suppressed a little. Tell him that the true comprehension of the great Tao is something that can't be learned overnight. In terms of comprehension of the great Tao, he seems to be above me. However, I know more about the great cosmos law than him. This time, I should be able to convince him wholeheartedly. Taoist Ice Snow kept saying as he closed his eyes and wrote down the great cosmos law. This time, his stroke was 50 meters long. Perhaps because of the pressure, he also performed exceptionally and wrote down the proudest great Tao resonance in the past tens of millions of years. Good. Taoist Ice Snow couldn't help but become excited when he realized this. He was secretly grateful to Lin Ling. It was because of Lin Ling's encouragement that he was able to perform exceptionally well. He was very clear about this. Then, he continued to carve the great cosmos law and looked forward to hearing the cheers of the people. However, the surroundings were very quiet. It was so quiet that no sound could be heard. This made Taoist Ice Snow think that everyone was frightened by him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the gods first. However, with just one look, he almost felt uneasy. This was because the gods around him didn't even look at him. What was going on? He subconsciously looked at Lin Ling. Then, he became uneasy and fearful. This was because Lin Ling had written the word Xian. It was actually 100 meters wide. He was 50 meters long, and Lin Ling was 100 meters long. F***CK. This guy did it on purpose. Isn't it only 10 meters long? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak and waiting for me to fall into his trap? Senior Taoist Ice Snow, I'm done. Please give me some pointers. At this time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes and said solemnly. He realized that this seemingly simple word was extremely difficult to control. It was even more difficult to control than Panga's strike and the universe's three extremes break. It was as if countless great cosmos laws were combined in the word and could collapse and fall apart at any time. And Lin Ling could only maintain it so that the word would not collapse. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling also felt that his soul power was increasing. He had benefited a lot. Pointers? Taoist Ice Snow almost cursed it out loud. Such a big word. Who's going to give who pointers? Come on. Then Taoist Ice Snow shouted and activated the word in his hand. The two big words that were mixed with countless great cosmos laws slowly collided. What was scary was that after the collision, it was extremely calm. It was as if ice and snow were melting and dissipating continuously. Now, it was time to see which word would dissipate faster. But everyone was blinking. One was 50 meters long, and the other was 100 meters long. It seemed that it was easy to tell which word would dissipate faster. F***CK. At this time, Taoist Ice Snow shouted in his heart. He controlled his own great cosmos laws to collide and immediately realized how terrifying Lin Ling's great cosmos laws were. How was this great cosmos laws? This was a stable universe. Could it be that Lin Ling already had a universe? Because in Lin Ling's word, not only did it contain birth, old age, illness, and death, blooming and withering, it also contained the restrictions of God's energy and various other powers. It even contained its own great cosmos laws. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had everything. Bang! But at this time, Lin Ling's huge word exploded and completely dissipated. Looking at Taoist Ice Snow's word, although it did not explode, there were not many strokes left. It was clear who was better. Everyone was in an uproar, as expected of Taoist Ice Snow. I'm convinced. Lin Ling could not help but feel ashamed. He realized that his great cosmos laws were very unstable and could not be compared to Taoist Ice Snow. Convinced, Taoist Ice Snow almost wanted to curse. Naturally, he knew why Lin Ling had lost. There were too many Dharma laws in the universe, and Lin Ling couldn't control them all at once. However, if Lin Ling had comprehended the Great Tao for a longer period of time, controlling them would be as easy as flipping his hand. And Taoist Ice Snow's great cosmos laws, be it in terms of quantity or variety, were completely inferior to Lin Ling's. Chapter 48:37. Ice Snow Taoist's great law of the universe is more stable. I hope Ice Snow Taoist can give me some pointers. Lin Ling said humbly. Stability was Lin Ling's biggest problem at the moment. If his Lin Ling universe was unstable, everything would be in vain. Pointers again? Ice Snow Taoist smiled bitterly. How was he supposed to give her pointers? He was too ashamed to do so. Lin Yun had instantly comprehended the great Tao resonance and had comprehended more great law of the universe than him. If he were to give pointers, it would be shameless and a slap in the face. Sir Lin Ling, as long as you comprehend more, it won't be a big problem. After a long while, Taoist Ice Snow finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. A mouthful of blood was stuck in his chest, and he almost spat it out. I see. Thank you. Lin Ling was enlightened, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had benefited a lot from his earlier comprehension. If he were to use it on Lin Ling universe, the entire universe would be more stable. Therefore, Lin Ling was naturally happy. Sir Lin Ling, I have another thing to ask you. I don't know if I should say it. Ice Snow Taoist said awkwardly. What is it? Ice Snow Taoist is a senior. Why can't I say it? Senior, please speak your mind. Lin Ling blinked and said politely. That's right. You, can you give me some pointers? Ice Snow Taoist blushed and said shamelessly. Lin Ling was stunned and blinked again. Don't worry, I'll give you 5 million Tao state fragments as compensation. Ice Snow Taoist said quickly. Ice Snow Taoist, you are too polite. We agreed to learn from each other. Using money to talk will affect our relationship too much. Don't worry, Lin Ling, will tell you everything I know. Lin Ling waved his hand and said, by the way, I happen to need a lot of treasures for cultivation. Can I have 6 million Tao state fragments as compensation? Sure, it's a small matter. Ice Snow Taoist was stunned and immediately waved his hand with a smile. He hurried forward and humbly asked for pointers. Seeing the two of them talking, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. What happened to asking for advice? How did it become Lin Ling's guidance? Ice and Snow Taoist humbly listened. Your Excellency Lin Ling, I have 1 million Tao realm fragments here. I have some too. Then, they didn't want to miss the opportunity. They hurried to Lin Ling and humbly asked for advice. Where did this bastard get all these skills from? Even Lu Tian's face darkened when he saw the primordial giant gods surrounding Lin Ling. He could tell that these people were incomparably polite to Lin Ling. This meant that if something happened to Lin Ling, these people would definitely lend a helping hand. And this was clearly not something that even Lu Tian wanted to see. Not long ago, he had used the power of the will of the world to secretly inform the god of the underworld and ask the nearby gods of the underworld to come and help. Originally, if Lin Ling was alone, no matter how strong he wouldn't be able to stop the underworld's experts. But now it was hard to say, so that's how it is. Your Excellency Lin Ling, your words have enlightened me. Yes, a problem that has troubled me for millions of years was actually solved by you with just one sentence. I'm convinced. Your Excellency Lin Ling, thank you. The gods surrounded Lin Ling, and Lin Ling was like an ancient giant god giving a sermon. His words were clear and logical, causing the gods to blush and tremble with excitement. Your Excellency Lin Ling's comprehension of the great Tao is really like that of an ancient giant god. Ice and Snow Taoist even gave Lin Ling a thumbs up. Lin Ling secretly blushed with shame. Although he already had some comprehension of the great Tao and had his own universe, when it came to giving advice to these people, he naturally couldn't compare. They were all old monsters who had comprehended the great Tao for tens of millions of years. For Lin Ling to be able to give them advice, this was because of the light ball left behind by Xianxia. The Fairy of the 9 Heavens found the square prison for me. I didn't expect it to help me so much. Lin Ling secretly sighed. If not for the square prison, even if Lin Ling had the Chaos Divine formula, it would be 1,000 times more difficult for him to grow in the Tao realm. With the square prison, Lin Ling seemed to have a cheat, and his growth speed was 1,000 times faster than others. There are many gods in the square prison. It seems like I have to visit them more when I'm free. Oh right, there's also Monkey King. Moreover, there are 3 cells in the final prison. They are Xianxia, Monkey King, and I don't know who the last one is. However, to be locked in the final prison, he must have a powerful background. Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He knew that he had gained a lot from this trip. The number of Tao realm fragments had already reached 10 million. He just didn't know if 10 million Tao realm fragments were enough to exchange for the treasures he needed to break through. Rumble. At this moment, the entire snow mountain suddenly shook, and a large amount of snow fell from the Shrine of Ice. What's going on? Everyone frowned, and they were instantly displeased. Previously, under Lin Ling's guidance, they had all gained enlightenment. However, just as they were about to gain enlightenment, someone had immediately interrupted them. This kind of interruption was tantamount to having one's father killed. After all, it would be very difficult for them to return to the state they were in before. Hand over Lien Letian, or I'll flatten this place. At the same time, outside the snow mountain, an arrogant voice sounded. Young sect master, don't be afraid. The Sky Nether sect is here. Whoever dares to touch you will be killed without mercy. Sir, I don't know who you are, but I guess you don't know who we are. We are from the underworld. Now that you dare to kidnap our young sect master, you have been targeted by the underworld. Regret it, repent. I'll give you 3 breaths time to bring our young sect master out." Following that, a domineering voice sounded like thunder, blasting into the snow mountain. Ice Taoist and the rest trembled, and their eyes turned red. They had just been interrupted, but they were unwilling to give up on enlightenment. So they entered the state of enlightenment again. However, who knew that the people outside would repeatedly seek death and disturb them, not giving them a chance to live. This is so infuriating. Ice Taoist's face was extremely ferocious. The deities were also gnashing their teeth. Seeing this scene, Lien Letian wanted to cry. "Young sect master, you don't have to be afraid. I'm not afraid now, but you'll be afraid later." He had been paying attention to these deities and found that they were all late-stage superior deities, and a few of them were even peak superior deities. The most terrifying one was Ice Taoist, who he could not see through. He was probably an existence that surpassed superior deities. If the Sky Nether sect wanted to fight against these old monsters, they would be sending themselves to their deaths. 1. 2. What made Lien Letian speechless was that outside the snow mountain, the deities from the underworld had actually counted. He was afraid that before 3 could be counted, these old monsters had already killed their way out. Kill them. As expected, the deities were furious and rushed out of the snow mountain. Chapter 48:38. Rumble. Snow swirled in the air as heaven and earth shook. Around the majestic silver snow mountain, lights flickered like fireflies. Sometimes there was a deafening roar, and sometimes there was a blinding light. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" An angry voice drifted out, as if it spread through heaven and earth. "Who are you? We are only here to look for Lien Letian. Why are you trying to kill us?" Following that, more and more voices could be heard, and these voices were mixed with depression. "Who are we? We are your grandfathers. Don't waste your breath on them. Kill them. If you are frustrated, we are even more frustrated." Unfortunately, the other side acted as if they had met their father's murderer. They did not bother to waste their breath and attack the people in front of them. They were naturally icy Taoist and the rest. Moreover, they were indeed frustrated. Because who had they offended? This group of people had been arrogant the moment they arrived and had repeatedly interrupted their enlightenment. Who could they complain to? One had to know that this was an enlightenment that was hard to come by in tens of thousands of years. After a long time, under the snowstorm, the voices gradually died down. Only a dozen people flew towards the snow mountain. Lien Letian had been staring into the distance. When he saw Icy Taoist and the rest return, he could not help but sigh. Although he knew that the battle was one-sided, he still felt upset when he saw Icy Taoist and the rest return. Sky Nether sect had come at the wrong time. They were here to deliver their heads. "Your Excellency Lin Ling." At this moment, Icy Taoist and the rest walked towards Lin Ling and handed Lin Ling brocade pouches. These brocade pouches contained a large number of treasures and Tao state fragments. They were obtained from the people from Sky Nether sect. This, Lin Ling was shocked. "Your Excellency Lin Ling, please do something for us. How about you write the word Xian in this ice palace?" Icy Taoist said sincerely to Lin Ling. Although their enlightenment had been interrupted, if Lin Ling left the word Xian, they could use it to gain enlightenment. How much they could gain would depend on their comprehension. "Sure." Lin Ling nodded. After collecting so many Dao Realm fragments, he had also earned quite a bit. Naturally, he would not refuse. After that, Lin Ling spent 2 hours to carve a 100-meter-long Xian character on the ice sculpture. And this Xian character was all-encompassing, mixed with a large number of laws of the universe. It was also the best great Dao resonance Lin Ling had ever written. His Excellency Lin Ling is truly a god. The resonance of the great Dao that he writes is getting better and better. Looking at the word Xian hanging in the ice palace, the Frost Taoist couldn't help but praise. "Brother Lin Ling, are you leaving?" Zhao Shan looked at Lin Ling and said. He and the other gods did not plan to leave. They stayed behind to comprehend the Xian character left behind by Lin Ling. "Yes, I have something to do, so I have to leave." Lin Ling nodded. His current goal was to gather enough treasures to break through to the next realm and then enter the Tao Pagoda to cultivate. Therefore, there was no need for him to stay in the Shrine of Eyes for too long. Moreover, he wanted to find out the whereabouts of the Dragon Valley from Lien Letian. However, this guy was very cunning. It would not be easy to get information out of him. That's a pity. Zhao Hashan couldn't help but shake his head. Then, he looked at Lin Ling and said, "Your Excellency, Lin Ling rarely comes here. Why don't you rest here for a few days before leaving?" He naturally didn't want Lin Ling to leave so soon. He still wanted to ask Lin Ling about many things related to the laws of Great Tao. Lin Ling pondered for a while and finally nodded. For the next 3 days, Lin Ling rested here temporarily, and at the same time, he cultivated and stabilized his realm. He discovered that he was getting closer and closer to the strength of a peak mid-level deity. Between mid-level deities and higher deities, there was actually a peak mid-level deity realm. However, this realm was rather vague and not a realm that one had to go through. Gods with talent would break through to the next realm when they were late-stage mid-level deities. As for those with average talent, they would accumulate their foundation and finally break through at the peak mid-level deity realm. Between the two, each had its own benefits. As for Lin Ling, he currently lacked treasures to break through to the next realm. That was why he had to go through the process of reaching the peak mid-level deity realm. After all, he had 8 dantians, so it was undoubtedly more difficult to break through to the next realm. Lien Letian, are you still not going to tell me where the dragon god of the Dragon Valley and the rest went? Well, he was free. Lin Ling also questioned Lien Letian coldly. I really don't know. Lien Letian pretended to be innocent and said he was the host body of the world will. So Lin Ling discovered that his soul techniques didn't have much effect on Lien Letian. Otherwise, Lin Ling would have long used tyrannical means to seize Lien Lishan's secrets. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Ling couldn't sense his world will's power. Otherwise, he could still devour Lien Letian and obtain all his secrets. You'll tell me sooner or later. Lin Ling didn't intend to waste any more words. He turned and left. Watching Lin Ling leave, Lien Lishan's eyes were cold. He had the same idea as Lin Ling. If there was a chance, he would definitely devour Lin Ling. Both of them had their own ulterior motives. At this moment, in the Origin returning Tao sect, an old man walked towards Taoist Yi Yuan with a grave expression. Sect Master, what happened? Seeing the old man's serious expression, Taoist Yi Yuan felt that something big was about to happen. He asked, could it be that these bastards attacked the Origin returning Tao sect again? No, now that the Yellow Emperor has appeared, and with the help of many great forces in the Tao Pagoda, the surrounding sects don't dare to act recklessly. However, the Yellow Emperor's messenger, the old man frowned and then handed over an ancient parchment. Heavens, this is a heavenly Tao warrant. With just a glance, Taoist Yi Yuan sucked in a cold breath. The heavenly Tao warrant was not only famous in the Tao realm and Tao Pagoda, but also in the chaotic realm. It was a warrant issued jointly by countless sects to kill the other party. Whoever could complete the warrant would be rewarded with countless rewards. Generally speaking, to be able to become a heavenly Tao warrant, one had to be recognized by 500 sects. Look at the person on the wanted list. The old man sighed. Taoist Yi Yuan hurriedly took the warrant. After pouring in his divine essence, the parchment warrant emitted a bright light. A slender figure appeared in front of the two of them. It was so lifelike that one could even see all the hair and other things. Most importantly, this person was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. Taoist Yi Yuan's body trembled. That's right, it's him. The old man nodded heavily. I don't know who has such great power to issue a heavenly Tao warrant for Lin Ling. One must know that Lin Ling is one of the Yellow Emperor's people. This is a bit troublesome. We must immediately inform Lin Ling about this and have him return to the Yellow Emperor's side. Taoist Yi Yuan's expression turned serious. Chapter 48-39. TSK 300 million Tao state fragments as a reward. On top of that, the reward is 5 Chaos sacred artifacts and 10 ancient treasures of the primal Chaos realm. The treasures are simply too generous. After seeing the rewards, Taoist Yuan's expression turned even more serious. Then, he quickly informed Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the Shrine of Ice. After receiving Taoist Yuan's voice transmission, Lin Ling could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Although this was the first time he had heard of a bounty, the rewards were simply too generous. Not to mention other things, 300 million Tao state fragments was enough to make people take risks. Moreover, there were also Chaos sacred artifacts and various rare treasures. With so many treasures, it's probably a bounty issued by Emperor Yao and the others. It was not difficult for Lin Ling to guess who his opponents were. Emperor Yao, Emperor Shun, the 3 divine gates of White Mountain, and Emperor Ziwei. If they worked together, they would indeed have such power. As for these treasures, it was obvious that they were the treasures that the Yellow Emperor did not want. In fact, with so many treasures, Lin Ling even wanted to issue a bounty on himself. Interesting. However, Lin Ling was not afraid. Instead, he was interested. With the Heavenly Tao's bounty issued, the area around the Tao Pagoda would probably be in chaos. The gods of various eras would probably want to attack Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling wanted to return to the Yellow Emperor's side, the process would definitely be incomparably difficult. However, Lin Ling did not plan to return. He could take advantage of the chaos to obtain more Tao state fragments. If you want to kill me, Lin Ling, then come at me. Let's see who has the strength to do so. Lin Ling was not a famous god in his era. He was not famous in the Primordial Age, Chaos Age, Primordial Age, or Age of Pantheon. Even the current era, he was only slightly famous. However, with the Heavenly Tao's bounty issued, his name instantly soared. Leave his place. After that, Lin Ling bade farewell to the Fridge Taoist and the others and left first. Although he could hide his appearance and aura, he knew that if he encountered gods like Emperor Yao and Emperor Shun, they would definitely be able to detect something. Staying here would undoubtedly bring danger to Ice Snow Taoist and the others. Moreover, if they were wanted, staying in one place was the most dangerous. The safest way was to move around and not be surrounded in one place. Get over here. Lin Ling used his soul power to lock onto Lien Lishan's soul before disappearing into the snowstorm. At the same time, the area around the Tao Tower was in an uproar. 300 million Tao realm fragments, TSK, a heavenly Tao wanted order. And there are also primal Chaos Sage items and countless other precious treasures. This Lin Ling is mine. If you can find Lin Ling, then we'll talk about it. The area around the Tao Pagoda is vast like smoke. This Lin Ling has probably received the news. If you want to find him, I'm afraid it will be harder than ascending to the heavens. I'm most afraid that he'll leave and hide in the universe he came from. Hee, what's there to be afraid of? Back then, Prince Jinlong was on the Tao Realm's wanted list. He disappeared from the Tao Realm for 10 million years. He thought that this matter was over, but he was killed as soon as he entered the Tao Realm. Gods have nothing but time. If you have the ability, Lin Ling will continue to hide. All kinds of voices sounded around the Tao Pagoda. The area around the Tao Pagoda was very large for times the size of the Tao Realm. It also had the most accumulated experts, all of whom were gods from several eras. They only had one goal, and that was the Tao Pagoda. However, the difficulty of entering the Tao Pagoda was too high, so the gods were all accumulating their capital before entering the Tao Pagoda. Lin Ling, a heavenly Tao, wanted order. In the area north of the Tao Pagoda, a man stood on a high peak, looking at the wanted order in his hand, his expression constantly changing. My lord, I'm afraid Lin Ling is in big trouble. A middle-aged man looked at the man and said, this middle-aged man was Lord Ning of the Spirit Kingdom. Originally, according to our grievances, I couldn't wait for him to die. But now, he and I have a common enemy, which is Dipankara Buddha and Tong Tian. So, if Lin Ling dies, it will be even more disadvantageous for me. So, I hope he can survive. The man looked into the distance and then said lightly, he was the great god of the spirit kingdom. His relationship with Lin Ling now seemed to be that of an enemy, but also like a friend. If Lin Ling died, Tong Tian's world hosts would definitely attack them. So, if Lin Ling didn't die, it would be beneficial for them. On the other side, an old man was drinking wine and walking with a large group of gods. He looked at the wanted order in his hand and smiled. This Lin Ling is really crazy. Should I help him or not? He was Taoist Duo Bao. It's probably the idea of the three divine gates of White Mountain. Dipankara Buddha is finally going to attack Lin Ling. Taoist Duo Bao secretly guessed. He didn't want to pay attention to this matter and let Lin Ling attract the attention of the three divine gates of White Mountain. However, he thought that if Lin Ling was captured, he and the great god of the spirit kingdom would be next. So if there was a chance, he would do his best to help Lin Ling. At least, he wouldn't let Dipankara Buddha catch Lin Ling so easily. The entire Dao Pagoda area was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. On the other side, Lin Ling walked along the ice and snow. He wore a large cloak and carried a large sword on his back, like an ascetic. Behind him, even Lu Tian followed with a bitter face. Lin Ling had left a mark in his soul. It would take a lot of effort to break it. Lin Ling obviously wouldn't give him the time, so he could only follow Lin Ling. Demon City. Lin Ling's gaze landed in front of him. There was a huge ice and snow city. It was extremely majestic, but there was a demonic aura that soared into the sky. Lin Ling had learned about Ice Demon City from Xiaohe Mountain. It was also the only city in the vicinity. Many ancient fiendish demons were gathered there. After the great calamity of the world's will, the gods had fallen, and the demons couldn't escape the calamity. After reincarnating, they were incompatible with the gods, so they gathered together. And this demon city was extremely chaotic. There were great demons and great demons. Even powerful gods didn't dare to enter the city rashly. Here, treasures were the most important. Killing gods and seizing treasures was a common occurrence. Roar! Lin Ling walked along the ice and snow road and found the majestic city gate of Ice Snow City. It was a huge demon's mouth. Its cold teeth gleamed as if it wanted to devour everyone who entered the city. Demons in twos and threes stepped into the demon's mouth and disappeared from the city. These demons were violent and loved to eat human flesh. Now that they had taken human form, their murderous aura didn't diminish at all. No, don't go. That's the land of demons. It's one of the demon city. Don't go. Behind him, Lu Tian kept waving his hands and saying, as if he knew how terrifying the demon city was. One of the demon city? Lin Ling asked curiously. Chapter 4840. So that's how it is. Lin Ling suddenly understood. After all, he had just arrived at the Dao Pagoda and was not familiar with this place. He did not talk nonsense and continued to move forward with Lien Letian. Lien Letian cursed angrily. He was only a mid-level deity. Although he was very strong and could fight an early-stage superior deity, there were more than that in the city of demons. Then, the two disappeared into the huge demon mouth. After passing through the city gate, Lin Ling found himself at a three-way intersection. In front of him were three huge roads that stretched into the distance, as if they could cross the entire city. Around the three-pronged road, there were a large number of restaurants and inns. Many tall and sturdy men with strange appearances were drinking wine and eating meat in large mouthfuls. Lin Ling even saw them feasting on human flesh. Many of them were holding human thighs and munching on them happily. Foul atmosphere. This was Lin Ling's biggest impression of this city. But at this moment, whether it was the demons drinking wine or the monsters eating meat, they all stopped and looked at Lin Ling with sneers. A human. Someone suddenly sneered. It's been a long time since a new human came. His flesh and blood are probably very good. Be careful. A human who dares to come to the city of demons probably has some background. Whispers could be heard as the demons stared at Lin Ling maliciously. However, Lin Ling was wearing a large black cloak, so the demons could not see Lin Ling's appearance. "Hee, Your Excellency, do you want to eat an apple?" Suddenly, an old woman and an old man walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. They each carried a basket with apples and pears in their hands. They looked very delicious. Damn it, they beat us to it. That old fox and old jackal love to attack newcomers. The surrounding demons cursed secretly. Of course, their voices were very soft and did not let Lin Ling and Lian Letian hear them. Even Lu Tian's face turned pale instantly. He naturally knew how terrifying these demons were. Although they were humans, they could turn into demons that were hundreds of meters tall in the blink of an eye. Bang! Lin Ling acted as though he didn't see the demons blocking his path. He took a step forward and a terrifying thing happened. Beside the old woman and old man, rumbling sounds could be heard as the power of divinity pressed down on them. Bang, bang, bang. The baskets in their hands fell to the ground and turned into a large number of poisonous insects, toads, and other poisonous creatures. As for the old woman and old man, their bodies exploded as well. They were killed by the power of the gods. What a powerful move. The distant fiendish demons were all shocked, because this divine energy came without any warning. It was formless and colorless, and its methods were extremely sharp. It seems to be the work of the nearby Origin returning Tao sect. A middle-aged man with sharp teeth said coldly. The demon city was west of the Tao pagoda, so they knew about the Origin returning Tao sect. Good lad, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, and the fog dispersed. Then, the seemingly dead old woman appeared again. Her skin began to fall off, and a large amount of hair grew out. Furthermore, she was growing continuously. Her mouth was also becoming sharper, and her claws were also becoming incomparably sharp. Finally, she turned into a jade-faced old fox demon that was 100 meters tall. This was a fox demon that had cultivated for 80 million years. Looking at the old man, he had also turned into a huge wolf. The stench of blood on his body was extremely foul. He was the demon king of ancient Jackal Mountain during the Age of the Gods. Two huge demons blocked in front of Lin Ling and Lin Ling. They were going to harm Lin Ling. Swoosh! But at this moment, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The gray-robed Lin Ling also appeared silently. This was because these two demons possessed early-stage high god strength. Therefore, Lin Ling had to unleash some of his trump cards to defeat them, and his sword was surging with murderous intent, as though the universe had arrived. Plop! Two huge demon heads fell to the ground. The 100-meter-tall demon's neck kept spitting out blood, and then it collapsed. In front of the three-pronged road, there was an instant silence. Countless demons narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. Lin Ling shook off the stench of blood on the tyrannical song sword. With a shake of his arm, the tyrannical song sword floated behind him, and the eternal killing world and the sword returned to Lin Ling's 8th Dantian. Lin Ling led Lian Letian forward as though he was leading a dog, passing through the two huge corpses. What a strong murderous intent. Is he a human or a demon? In my opinion, he's a demon. His murderous intent is very strong. He's probably a grim demon. Looks like he's qualified to enter the demon city. The demons muttered secretly. If Lin Ling was a human god, they would definitely join forces to kill him. However, there were also humans who joined them. There were demons, grim demons, and other such gods. And Lin Ling's sword was filled with murderous intent, which made them think that Lin Ling was a grim demon god. Because he had killed too many people, he was not recognized by the human gods, so he came to the demon city to seek refuge. He killed an early-stage high god with a single slash. His strength is probably at the mid-stage high god level. Forget it, let's continue eating and drinking. The fiendish demons no longer bothered with Lin Ling. As for Lin Ling, he continued walking along the main street. He found a relatively clean inn and walked in. The inn was also full of demons, but they were more gentle, such as bamboo demons, rabbit demons, and so on. They glanced at Lin Ling and ignored him. "Innkeeper," Lin Ling shouted after sitting down. A beautiful woman immediately came to greet Lin Ling. She first stared at Lin Ling. What was strange was that this woman's eyes were green. When one looked in her eyes, it was easy to lose oneself in them. This was the divine art of seduction. "Innkeeper," Lin Ling shouted. How could this divine art of seduction affect him? "Sir, what would you like to eat?" The woman wanted to use the divine art to investigate Lin Ling. After being seen through by Lin Ling, she quickly smiled and said, "The best dishes." Lin Ling was a man of few words. He was very cold. Okay. The woman hurried away. Lin Ling looked around. Suddenly, his gaze fell on a wall of the inn. He saw that many things were recorded on the wall, but one of them was a wanted list. There were many wanted posters on the wanted list, including the sun, moon, and star lists, and the human, earth, and heaven lists. On the heaven leaderboard, Lin Ling saw his name. He even saw other wanted criminals on the heaven leaderboard. The heaven lists were the heavenly Dao's wanted list. There were not many people recorded on the heaven lists, less than 100. There were humans, demons, and demons. Lin Ling was ranked 18th, which meant that the reward for the wanted list on Lin Ling was the 18th place on the heaven lists. Interesting. Lin Ling smiled faintly. "Sir, there are many wanted criminals in the city of demons." At this time, the beautiful woman walked back and looked at Lin Ling with a smile. "Sir, you're staring at the wanted list. I guess you're also on the wanted list. However, you don't have to worry too much. The city of demons is very chaotic. It's not like the Pantheon, where everyone wants to arrest you." Chapter 48-41. Upon hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lin Ling also began to drink and eat, completely ignoring the beautiful woman. "Enjoy your meal, sir." The beautiful woman did not care about anything and left after saying a few polite words. In fact, if Lin Ling had said a few polite words, the beautiful woman would have found it very strange and even suspected Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling's indifference was in line with the personality of the demon city. "Lin Ling, where are you taking me? What's the use of taking me like this? I really don't know where the Dragon Valley and the Dragon God have gone." Seeing Lin Ling eating and drinking alone, Lian Lu gritted his teeth and said because Lin Ling was treating him like a captive. However, Lin Ling ignored him and continued to eat and drink his own food. "I must find a chance to kill him." Lian Li's eyes flashed coldly as he muttered to himself, "Your Excellency, are there two people?" At this time, another old man walked into the inn. This old man had white hair and wore a white robe. He had the demeanor of a transcendent being and looked extremely benevolent. Most importantly, he was actually heading straight for Lin Ling. Lin Ling glanced around and continued to eat and drink. His soul power was strong, and he could roughly see through the old man's body. It was a white-armored pangolin. "I'm Elder Jia of the Flying Frost Valley. I'm here on behalf of our king." The old man did not care about Lin Ling's rudeness and continued to smile. "What's the matter?" Lin Ling finally spoke. He discovered that these great demons and great demons were indeed powerful. They were all early-stage, higher deities with profound skills. From this point, the difference between the Tao realm and the Dao Tower could be seen. In the Tao realm, superior gods were extremely rare. Of course, there was also a possibility that the real superior gods had entered the Dao Tower. Those who stayed in the Tao realm were mostly gods who were not ambitious and were waiting for the arrival of the world will's tribulation. They were gods who were ready to die at any time. It's like this. The Flying Frost Valley would like to invite you to join us. The old man cupped his hands and smiled. Although he was learning human etiquette, when he spoke, the tail behind his robe swayed slightly, giving off an incomparably comical feeling. "Join you? You don't even know who I am, and you're inviting me? Or does your Flying Frost Valley think that your king is so powerful that he doesn't fear the gods of the entire Dao Pagoda?" Lin Ling took a sip of wine. Now that he was a wanted man, if he were to join the Flying Frost Valley, he would be harming the Flying Frost Valley. One had to know that even the Yellow Emperor could not guarantee that he would be safe under the Heavenly Tao's arrest warrant, let alone the Flying Frost Valley. No matter who you are, you just need to join us. You're from the Demon Slayer clan. I guess you've offended many human gods. Joining us is your only way out. The old man chuckled and explained proudly. We, the Flying Frost Valley, have 5 kings. They are all great demons from the age of the Pantheon. If you join us, your safety will be guaranteed. 5 kings? What kind of strength is this? Lin Ling asked with interest. 4 great lords are late-stage high gods, and 1 great lord is a mid-stage high god. The old man puffed out his chest and became even prouder. A late-stage high god was a force to be reckoned with in the Tao Pagoda. Unfortunately, this bit of strength was really not enough for Lin Ling. Although it was difficult for him to defeat a late-stage high god, the Flying Frost Valley could not protect him at all. No need. I don't plan to join the Demon Valley for the time being. Lin Ling shook his head and rejected the offer directly. Your Excellency, you've missed your chance. The old man was not angry. He smiled and said, Your Excellency may not know, but the old fox and poisonous jackal you killed earlier were great demons of the Flying Frost Valley. Now, you can only join the Flying Frost Valley. Otherwise, the Flying Frost Valley will not let you go. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed. He was wondering why the Flying Frost Valley was so kind and tirelessly trying to recruit him. It turned out that the fox and jackal that Lin Ling had killed earlier were related to the Flying Frost Valley. Get lost. Lin Ling was too lazy to talk nonsense. He directly chased the old man away. Your Excellency, take care of yourself. The old man immediately left with a smile. After he left, there was a flurry of discussion in the inn. Although the Flying Frost Valley was not a gathering place for great demons, it was extremely impressive. This man had killed someone from the Flying Frost Valley, but the Flying Frost Valley did not pursue the matter. Instead, they gave this man a chance. However, this man had missed it. They laughed softly, as if they were gloating and watching a good show. What a strange demon. Lin Ling naturally knew what they were laughing about. He only felt disdain for it. Moreover, although the demons in the inn were imitating the refined tastes of humans, they were ultimately imitating the David's deer. Especially their gloating smiles. It was as strange as it could be. For example, one of the weasels was laughing cruelly. However, when he laughed, his human face and weasel face would change from time to time. It was extremely strange. Ignoring them, Lin Ling ate and drank to his heart's content before slowly leaving the inn. To him, the Demon City was just a transit station to familiarize himself with and understand the entire Tao Pagoda. Obviously, he would not stay here for long. He's finally gone? Seeing Lin Ling leave, the beautiful woman in the inn frowned and could not help but remind him. Your Excellency, the Flying Frost Valley is an existence that cannot be underestimated among the great demons. One of their kings is in the Demon City. Hearing this, Lin Ling paused his footsteps and then continued walking. The beautiful woman was stunned. She sighed and ignored Lin Ling. Good luck. She had only said that one sentence. After Lin Ling walked out of the inn, he immediately felt the oppressive atmosphere. The inn was filled with smoke, and a large number of demons were checking him out. Their expressions were full of mockery. You're really shameless. You killed our old fox, and you still want to leave alive. On the second floor of an inn, a middle-aged man in a brown robe said coldly as he drank wine, Your Majesty, calm down. He's dead for sure. We'll use his head to drink later. That's right. These human demons are stupid. Their intelligence is not high. Beside him, 2 small demons flattered. Although they had transformed into humans, they still looked very ugly. Hee, using his head to drink wine. Not bad. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded. He gently placed a wine cup in his hand on the table. Bang! A soft sound rang out. Boom! However, on the street, a sudden change occurred. Terrifying demonic aura soared into the sky. From every corner of the street, huge demons stepped forward and rushed toward Lin Ling. All of them possessed early-stage, high god strength, and their defenses were incomparably powerful. Their demonic aura seemed to have materialized. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws. It was terrifying. Countless eyes in the demon city immediately locked onto this street. Countless demons revealed curious expressions. Chapter 48-42. I've just had my fill. It's time for some exercise. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Under the cloak, a gray robe quietly appeared, and a terrifying aura spread out. He stretched out one hand, and the tyrannical song sword floated out from behind him. The eternal killing world in his 8th dantian surged into the sword. He held the sword and walked forward step by step. Swoosh! He slashed out with his sword, and it was as if he had slashed out a universe. The 3 early-stage, high-level demons in front of him were instantly cut in half. Blood gushed out and dyed the street red. One must know that the demonic energy of these demons was terrifying. Ordinary divine energy could not kill them at all. This was because most of them had 200 million demonic energy in their bodies, which was comparable to the 200 million demonic energy of a god. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling's sword did not stop, and he gently slashed out. He looked as if he was casually swinging his sword, and it did not look like he was swinging his sword at all. However, this seemingly ordinary sword strike was actually so terrifying, especially in the eyes of the demons. These swords had intertwined killing energy, and it was as if a universe had slashed them. Swoosh! After that, Lin Ling did not even look behind him. He slashed out again, and the demons behind him were also killed. Killing early-stage high-level gods was as easy as chopping vegetables. Everyone in the city gasped. Although Lin Ling had killed the old fox and the wolf, they thought that Lin Ling could only kill early-stage high-level gods and fight mid-stage high-level gods. But now there was more than just one early-stage high-level god here. Crackle! Suddenly, a green swamp appeared on the ground where Lin Ling was standing. The swamp was emitting green smoke, and it seemed to be demonic poison. The most terrifying thing was that the demonic poison came without any warning, and it was impossible to guard against it. However, Lin Ling disappeared and reappeared 100 meters away. He shook his head and said, "Is this all you've got?" As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out the sword in his hand. It shot up into the sky like an arrow and then shot straight down. After crashing into the ground, it disappeared without a trace. After that, the depths of the ground started to shake violently. It was as if a demon had emerged from the ground. After that, a 100-meter-long toad appeared before everyone's eyes. Unfortunately, the toad had been killed with a single strike of the sword. Flying Frost Valley, you want to recruit me with this little strength? Lin Ling waved his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword flew back. Old Toad, he's a mid-stage, high-level god. It was as if the entire city had exploded, and the rumbling continued without end. Slaying a mid-stage high god with a single slash. Just what was the limit of this grim demon? You've watched long enough. Don't you have anything to say? Suddenly, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at a restaurant in the distance. When he looked over, countless gazes from the entire city locked onto the restaurant. They had roughly guessed that there was definitely an even more powerful great demon hiding in the restaurant in the Flying Frost Valley. Perhaps it was the king of the Flying Frost Valley. At this moment, the demons in the restaurant, who were drinking casually, had stopped moving. The middle-aged man in the brown robe was still holding the wine cup, but his hands were shaking. After witnessing Lin Ling kill the great demon of the Flying Frost Valley, he knew how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. Swoosh! At this moment, a sword shot over. Lin Ling had made his move. Block it! The middle-aged man in the brown robe threw the wine cup in his hand and spat out a mouthful of demonic aura. The surrounding demons blocked in front of him. However, Lin Ling's sword was extremely sharp. It shot through the window and pierced through the demons. Finally, the sword pierced through the middle-aged man, causing him to point forward with a look of disbelief. Finally, he slowly fell to the ground. The Fishworm King is also dead. The Flying Frost Valley only had 5 kings, and now one of them is dead. Slaying Demon's sword is too powerful. The demons watching from afar were all pale and trembling. Most importantly, killing the king of the Flying Frost Valley in one strike was too terrifying. Interesting trying to escape? However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. He stretched out his right hand and flicked his finger. The tyrannical song sword flew out from afar and pierced through the ground. Not long after, a painful roar was heard. Next, everyone saw the ground explode, and a snake-like demon rushed out. However, its body was pierced through by a sword, and a large amount of smelly blood spurted out. Of course, this snake-like demon was not actually a snake, but an earthworm. No, how did you find me? After being pierced by the tyrannical song sword, the earthworm let out a loud roar. With your intelligence, it's hard for me to explain it to you. Lin Ling turned to leave, but the tyrannical song sword was cutting back and forth, cutting the huge earthworm into pieces. Then, the tyrannical song sword flew back and hovered around Lin Ling, protecting him. This time, no one dared to stop Lin Ling. Is he really a mid-level deity? Why is he so strong? I think he's really a mid-level deity, but his sword is very sharp. It should be a Chaos Divine weapon. It's at least a 5th grade Chaos Divine weapon. After Lin Ling gradually disappeared, the fiendish demon city was abuzz with discussion. On the other side, Lin Ling had already left with Lien Letian towards another city gate. However, not long after leaving the fiendish demon city, Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at the loot in his hands. Previously, he had killed many demons and, at the same time, obtained their celestial Tao restoration tablets. These demons did not have the protection of the Tao state, so he could easily obtain the celestial Tao restoration tablets. The Tao state fragments inside belonged to Lin Ling. Lin Ling kept the Tao state fragments in his celestial Tao restoration tablet and threw away the demons' celestial Tao restoration tablets. He knew that it would not be long before these celestial Tao restoration tablets disappeared. Sir, do you have a problem with me? After keeping the celestial Tao restoration tablets, Lin Ling suddenly looked in a direction and asked. In the mountains, a mysterious man with a huge saber on his back walked out with a smile. Sir, you're very strong. You have the strength of a mid-level deity, but you even killed a mid-level high god. Among the human gods, there are not many who have the strength to challenge those of a higher level. Who are you? Lin Ling looked at the man and realized that he had the strength of a mid-level high god. However, this man's saber was extraordinary. Thousand Blade One. The man smiled and took off his cloak, revealing a bearded face. He looked to be in his 40s, and he gave off the feeling that he was an honest man. However, Lin Ling's eyes flashed, and he said with a smile, Underground Wanted List, Thousand Blade One. Upon hearing this, the mysterious man's expression changed. You're not a good person. You are a demon god among demons. You are wanted by the gods, so you hid in the fiendish demon land. Lin Ling said again. The mysterious man's eyes narrowed. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so familiar with him. He did not know that Lin Ling was familiar with him because he had seen the various wanted lists. You're looking for me? Lin Ling said indifferently. Chapter 48-43. You're Lin Ling from the Heavenly Tao wanted list. Seeing that Lin Ling had seen through his origins, Wan Daoi no longer hid his purpose. How do you know? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. You don't need to know that. I only know that the reward for killing you is incomparably generous. A large blade appeared in Wan Daoi's hand, and with a buzz, the power of divinity burst out like the universe. It was very strong. His power of divinity had probably reached as much as 500 million. A wanted criminal killing a wanted criminal? Don't you think it's funny? Lin Ling stared at Wan Daoi's blade and laughed. I can enter the demon city. This means that I'm not a pedantic person. Wan Daoi shook his head. He only attacked for the Tao realm fragment. He said coldly, After killing you, I'll have the capital to enter the Tao pagoda. His eyes turned red. It was a blood-red color, and his pupils could not be seen. It was terrifying. You're so sure that you can kill me? Linling also knew that Wan Dawi was not an ordinary mid-stage high god. He was stronger than those he had encountered before, perhaps even twice as strong. You're just a mid-stage high god. No matter how powerful you are, there's a limit. Take my blade. As Wan Dawi spoke, he had already attacked. With a horizontal slash, the sky of the Dao Pagoda was cut open and a void appeared. However, at the critical moment, Linling activated the Kwafu Sunchasur boots and disappeared on the spot, avoiding Wan Dawi's fierce slash. Then, Linling floated in the air, looking down at Wan Dawi with a cold expression. He still did not understand how Wan Dawi recognized him. Although he knew that he would not be able to escape the day of being hunted down, he did not expect that day to come so soon. Let's see how long you can hide. Wan Dawi raised his head and pointed the blade in his hand at Linling. Why should I hide? Linling did not want to waste too much time. He felt that this was not a good place to stay. Universe 3 Extreme Break. He used his trump card and attacked Wan Dawi from the sky. The terrifying soul power locked Wan Dawi's soul into the great universe and killed him. Wan Dawi's eyes narrowed. What kind of technique was this? He still wanted to make a move and even wanted to say something, but he was already killed by Linling's cosmic ray. After his trip to the Shrine of Ice, Linling's soul energy had once again improved. Now, the might of his 3 extremes of universe had also increased by a notch. You overestimate yourself. Linling shouted coldly as he floated down to the ground and took away Wan Dawi's Dao returns to heaven. Subsequently, Linling discovered that Wan Dawi's Dao regression celestial realm didn't seem to disappear. This meant that Wan Dawi still had a chance to be protected by the Dao realm. Unfortunately, Wan Dawi was killed by soul force, and the Dao realm couldn't detect the killing intent, so it didn't protect Wan Dawi. Wu Ting once said that if taken away by the Dao realm's protection, the Dao regression celestial realm wouldn't disappear, but it would take a certain amount of time. If the person who came didn't come to take back the Dao regression celestial realm, the Dao regression celestial realm would disappear sooner or later. Now that Wan Dawi is dead, the Dao regression celestial realm won't be able to escape the fate of disappearing. Linling wasn't in a hurry. He took Wan Dawi's Dao regression celestial realm and immediately left. However, not long after he left, a huge mouth suddenly appeared on the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was a mouth formed by 2 leaves. It suddenly closed and swallowed Linling. These leaves were too strange. They appeared without any warning. Even with Linling's soul power, he couldn't detect them unless the leaves merged. Ah! Heavenly Dao, arrest Order Linling. You've been caught by me. Quickly accept your death. No one can break my supreme world spiritual realm. Linling, who was swallowed, felt that he had entered a pitch-black world. At the same time, a sinister laughter sounded in his ears. Linling instantly knew that the one swallowing him was a great demon, and an extremely powerful one at that. Whoosh! At the same time, water began to drip from the surroundings. The corrosive power was very strong, as if it was going to digest Linling. And within this corrosive water, Linling sensed a terrifying god energy. It seemed that the things that the leaves swallowed relied on the god energy to corrode their prey. TSK Tisk, 300 million Dao realm fragments are mine, just like that. Ha ha ha. At the same time, a triumphant voice sounded. It was incomparably happy. It's too early for you to be happy. Linling knew that there was no time to lose. He had to leave his place immediately. Otherwise, no matter how strong his combat strength was, it would be greatly reduced. Pangu Strike shatter the earth. Linling activated the god energy's invincible technique. Then, like a giant Pangu, he attacked the leaves crazily and blasted them apart. And the corrosive water that fell on him seemed to be ineffective at this moment. How is this possible? The leaves also screamed in horror. They could not believe it. And at this moment, outside the leaves, Lien Letian stared at the huge leaves in front of him with an excited smile. If Linling died in the mouth of the great demon, then he would be able to obtain Linling's will of the world. After all, The great demon could not devour the will of the world. Hurry, hurry. Lien Letian was looking forward to it. Boom. But at this moment, the leaves in front of him shook violently. Then a fist broke the surface of the leaves, followed by more and more fists. Finally, the leaves were also blasted apart by countless huge fists. A figure rushed out and stomped down from the sky. Boom! The great demon from before was stomped to death, deader than dead. The person who rushed out was Lin Ling. He had collected the great demon's Dao regression celestial rank. His expression was extremely serious. The massacre was finally here, and it was faster than he had imagined. He had to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling's eyes swept across and suddenly landed on Lien Letian. After pondering for a moment, he finally understood. One had to know that he had been hiding his aura and appearance. Unless it was someone who was purposely coming for him, Lin Ling, no one would be able to detect him. But now, with 2 waves of enemies, they all knew that he, Lin Ling, was purposely here. All of this did not make sense. The only explanation was that someone was telling them. Now, the only person who knew of Lin Ling's whereabouts was Lien Letian. Lien Letian, Lin Ling growled. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. This Lien Letian was ultimately a bomb. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Being stared at by Lin Ling, Lien Letian was clearly a little flustered. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you are the will of the world. Lin Ling's mind kept thinking, trying to find a way to devour Lien Letian. Lien Letian was the will of the world. Even if he died, he could still be reincarnated, unless he could devour him and make him die completely. But with Lin Ling's current knowledge, he had yet to find a way to devour him. Right, why not ask Senior Guangqingzi? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. Then, he looked into the distance and knew that another enemy was coming. Chapter 48-44. Lien Lishan's body trembled as he panicked. He didn't know why, but the way Lin Ling looked at him made him feel that Lin Ling had a way to deal with him. Heavenly Dao, arrest order. Lin Ling is here. He couldn't help but shout, wanting more enemies to attack Lin Ling. This also aroused Lin Ling's anger. However, the most important thing now was to leave immediately and find a quiet place to deal with Lien Letian. Go ahead and shout. If they can't kill me, Lien Letian, you're dead meat. Lin Ling said, full of killing intent. This made Lien Letian even more flustered. Whoosh! Lin Ling activated the Quafu sun-chasing boots and ran along the ground at an incomparably fast speed. However, he didn't dare to fly too high because he would become a thorn in the side. Although he didn't see anyone chasing after him, Lin Ling could feel that someone was coming for him. The reward of a Heavenly Dao arrest order was too generous. No one would ignore it. Sure enough, after running for 3 incense sticks, the killing intent finally arrived. Suddenly, a pitch-black light appeared in front of him. It was like a huge wall, blocking Lin Ling's path. Something's not right. Lin Ling was still holding Lien Lishan's hand. His eyes stared ahead. There was a huge black wall in front of them that was emitting dense smoke. Lin Ling's soul force quietly swept over it. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This wall was too big. It was actually bigger than any of the prefectures in the 9 prefectures. When he looked up again, the terrifying thing was that this wall reached straight into the clouds and into the Grand Mist aura. Most importantly, the Grand Mist aura didn't seem to affect this wall. The Grand Mist aura was the most mysterious existence in the Dao realm. No god could break through it. Now that there was someone who didn't fear the Grand Mist aura, it was no wonder that Lin Ling was shocked. Rumble. At this moment, there was finally a rumbling sound behind them. It seemed like a large number of gods and demons were chasing after them. The only choice left for Lin Ling was to break through this wall as soon as possible and escape. Rumble. Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. The terrifying power of divinity slammed into the black wall, creating a rumbling sound. However, the sword that had always been invincible only managed to create a small gap in the black wall. Moreover, black smoke came out of the gap and quickly repaired it. What a strong defense! Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His innate talent fusion, gray robe appeared, and he slashed out another slash. This sword strike was much more powerful. It cut 100 meters into the black wall, but in the blink of an eye, black mist filled the gap and intertwined with each other. The black wall was restored to its original state. What is this? Lin Ling's expression became more and more. Looking behind him, he realized that a powerful aura was descending. He could even see the enemy coming. Above the heavens, ants and demonic chi with his st. In midair, a white light flickered and flew over with the speed of 20 million worlds. This was a divine bird, and it was an extremely fast divine bird. Bang! 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 On the other side, the green-furred lion broke through countless mountains, roaring at the sky as it arrived. As for the southeast, sand and stones were flying everywhere. In a rolling sandstorm, a pair of eyes faintly appeared and stared at Lin Ling, full of murderous intent. Lin Ling could sense from the aura that these powerful enemies were late-stage high gods. He couldn't win. Lin Ling had already used the universe's 3 extremes break. With only the eternal killing world and Pangu's attack, he was no match for these enemies. Lin Ling, how dare you kill my Flying Frost Valley's people? A low voice finally sounded. What shocked Lin Ling was that the voice came from in front of him. The black wall finally moved. Amidst the endless black clouds, a pair of cold eyes hung in the air like the moon. Very evil, very strange. The eyes stared at Lin Ling, and it was huge. Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently. Only then did he realize that it was a head, and there were eyes on the head. The scariest thing was that Lin Ling realized that it was a huge demon turtle, and the thing in front of him was the body of the demon turtle. However, the body of the demon turtle was too big, as though it was a universe of its own. Flying Frost Valley? Lin Ling's expression changed. He had completely guessed the origin of these demons. They were probably the 4 kings of the Flying Frost Valley. However, their strength was indeed terrifying. Most importantly, they were just ordinary kings in the demon city. If they were really powerful demons, wouldn't they be even more powerful? You won't be able to escape after killing my Flying Frost Valley's people. However, I didn't expect you to be a wanted criminal of the heavenly Tao. From behind, a loud voice sounded like a sound wave, causing Lin Ling's eardrums to hurt. I have to leave this place immediately. Lin Ling knew that there was no time to lose. If he was really surrounded here, he would definitely die. Lin Ling, ha ha ha. He looked at Lien Letian again. At this moment, he was overjoyed, as though he saw Lin Ling unable to escape. He roared at the demons. I found this Lin Ling for you. As long as you let me go, everything of Lin Ling will belong to you. Indeed, Lien Letian had informed them to come. This made Lin Ling want nothing more than to kill Lien Letian with his sword. However, Lin Ling endured it. He knew that Lien Letian was eager to kill him and reincarnate, but Lin Ling wouldn't let him off so easily. Pangu strike, sky-splitting slash. Lin Ling put away the tyrannical Song sword and unleashed another killer move. He raised his hand high and suddenly slashed forward. A mere human dares to go against our great king? You're courting death. Seeing that Lin Ling was about to attack, the great kings were full of disdain. They didn't think that Lin Ling could cause a stir among the late-stage, high-level great gods. Rumble. However, when Lin Ling slashed down, the huge black flag in front of him was cut open, revealing a 1-meter-wide path that went straight into the distance. You cut me open. The huge demonic turtle let out a shocked voice in disbelief. The few great demons behind it also stopped in their tracks, their faces full of shock. However, Lin Ling noticed that even though he had slashed the demonic turtle in half, the demonic turtle wasn't dead at all. At most, it had suffered some minor injuries. Moreover, the path that had been slashed open was filled with black clouds, and it was rapidly recovering. Pangu strike, spiritual extinction. Lin Ling shouted angrily in his heart. His body disappeared from the spot as though he had teleported and shot into the black wall in front of him. At this moment, the black wall was rapidly fusing. Lin Ling's move was obviously extremely dangerous. If he couldn't escape before the black wall completely fused, he would be caught in the middle of the black wall and completely captured by the great demons. Lin Ling also knew this. Chapter 48-45. How did his speed increase so much all of a sudden? King Xian, stop him quickly. Seeing Lin Ling suddenly disappear, the great demons behind him all roared loudly. They had never imagined that a mere mid-level deity human would actually possess so many powerful techniques. Entering my body, he's courting death. The giant demon turtle also spoke in human language and said disdainfully. However, his voice soon became panicked. Oh no, he escaped. As soon as he said this, the world fell silent. Under the joint efforts of the Flying Frost Valley's great kings, the human god had actually escaped. Chase. The great demons were furious. Their bodies became huge, and they galloped on the ground like giants. As for the gigantic demon turtle, it shrunk and opened up a path for them. After the great demons passed by it, it chased after Lin Ling. However, when they chased after Lin Ling, they suddenly realized that Lin Ling had completely disappeared. Whoosh! In the sky, a white light pierced through the void. After disappearing for a moment, it returned and turned into a middle-aged man in a white robe. The middle-aged man's nose was very sharp, like an eagle's beak. He shouted coldly, "Damn it, he escaped. King Yin, with your speed, you can't catch up with him?" The other great kings were shocked. His speed is estimated to have reached 20 million world speed. The middle-aged man in the white robe said angrily. As soon as he said this, the great kings all gasped. 20 million world speed was difficult even for great demons like them. Only King Yin, who was the original body of the bloody killing swallow, could have such speed. However, King Yin only had 20 million world speed and did not surpass Lin Ling. Therefore, he could not catch up with Lin Ling. And now, a mid-level god also possessed this kind of speed. 300 million Tao realm fragments. He escaped just like that. An old man walked over angrily with a huge turtle shell on his back. It was the demon turtle. At this moment, Lin Ling kept rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. He looked back and suddenly realized that the Dao Pagoda hanging in the sky was getting smaller and smaller. This meant that he was being chased in another direction. But now he had no choice. Behind him, Lien Latian was still being held back by Lin Ling's soul chains. This made Lin Ling nod inwardly. He was most afraid that Lien Latian would escape. After a long time, Lin Ling sensed that the power of Pengu's attack was weakening, and his speed finally slowed down. However, Lin Ling was still cautious. His trump cards were very powerful, but they could only be used once. If he encountered a powerful enemy now, he would definitely be in trouble. Lin Ling, is it? You're really strong. You actually hid here. I had to activate my divine ability, the staircase of the world, to catch up to you. But at this moment, a cold voice sounded. Then, a sword slashed over. Divine sword surged, slaying demons. This sword came without any warning and was incomparably fast, causing Lin Ling's expression to greatly change. He anxiously tried to block it, but was immediately injured by the powerful divine power. Clang! After the tyrannical song, sword collided with the sword. Lin Ling's figure rapidly retreated. Looking at his shoulder, it was now covered in blood. He looked into the distance and saw a man holding a sword on a mountain peak in the distance. He stood there calmly. His sword caused the sky to change color. Middle stage high god, but he's very strong. His divine power has reached 600 million. Lin Ling's expression was extremely solemn. He had just escaped from the great demon, but he did not expect to be caught up again. Most importantly, this person seemed to be a human god. Moreover, the opponent's speed was too fast. He could actually catch up to Lin Ling. Right? He mentioned the staircase of the world. Could it be the staircase of the gods? Lin Ling thought to himself. Then, he said coldly, "Who are you?" Whoosh! On the mountain peak, The man did not bother to say anything. He slashed down with his sword. Rumble. Under this sword, a large number of mountains were slashed and floated in the sky like light feathers. It was very beautiful. Then, the invisible divine power merged into the sword and slashed at Lin Ling. Merge! Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. A gray robe appeared, and his divine power and physical strength instantly skyrocketed, reaching 200 million. The tyrannical Song sword blocked in front of him, madly blocking the fatal sword. Rumble. Lin Ling was as if he was blocking the impact of storm. His figure was constantly knocked back, but in the end, this terrifying horizontal slash was blocked by Lin Ling. Bang! 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 The sword passed around Lin Ling, and all the mountains behind him were flattened. Countless mountains floated in the sky like feathers. Looking from afar, the scene was extremely spectacular. This person is very strong, and he's also a swordsman. If I can't defeat him, I'll be in even more trouble. Now, there are definitely many people who want to kill me, and they're all on the way. I have to speed up. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and there were billowing flames spewing out of them. Very good strength. To be able to block my sword with the realm of a mid-stage mid-god, you're considered very amazing among the gods. On the mountain peak, the man said indifferently, "Since you blocked my sword, I'll tell you my name, Mount Shu's sword god." Mount Shu was an extremely famous sword faction in ancient times. They slayed demons and ruled the world with their swords. They were extremely powerful. Once, Lin Ling also knew a god called Mount Shu Sword Immortal. This person came from Mount Shu. However, there were many swordsmen in Mount Shu, and Mount Shu Sword Immortal was only one of them. Most importantly, the god called Mount Shu Sword God in front of him was even stronger. "You, how did you detect me?" Lin Ling asked. "Someone told me and roughly told me your whereabouts. My god stairs can cross a world. I noticed your figure at the distant Dao Tower. I stepped into the void and arrived here." The man said indifferently. Lin Ling nodded. So it was the god stairs. However, this person's god stairs was really terrifying. It could cross realms. This meant that if this person used the god stairs, he could go to the chaotic realm and the void of the 9 regions. My god stairs is not as powerful as you think. It has no attack power, and there is a limit to the number of times it can be used. Moreover, I can't go to realms that I haven't been to, such as the Dao Tower. As if guessing Lin Ling's thoughts, the man said again. No wonder he didn't enter the Dao Tower. It turned out that he couldn't use the god stairs to enter places that he hadn't been to before. However, Lin Ling still felt that this person's god stairs were too heaven-defying. Because with this kind of god stairs, if he encountered a powerful enemy, he could escape from the dangerous place in one step. Well, I've said what needs to be said. Now die. The man jumped down from the sky. With a sword in hand, he cut through the thorns and shot towards Lin Ling. Rumble. This sword was incomparably terrifying. It was like a shooting star. The divine power had reached a terrifying level. Chapter 48-46. Lin Ling's eternal killing world was the same as Panga's strike. It even had an advantage that Panga's strike did not have, which was that there was no limit to the number of times it could be used. Moreover, it had accumulated tens of thousands of centuries of killing. It was terrifying. You overestimate yourself. Seeing that Lin Ling actually took the initiative to attack, the man immediately laughed disdainfully. But at this moment, he realized that a powerful universe of killing was coming at him, as if it was going to drown him. He had seen the ocean of killing, the river of killing, and even the most powerful heaven and earth of killing, but this was the first time he had seen the universe of killing. The killing intent of the entire universe was naturally stronger than the ocean, the river, and even the heaven and earth. Impossible. How could you have accumulated so many kills? The Mount Shu sword god roared in disbelief. The sword in his hand was also trembling, as if he did not believe in his own sword and Tao. And this collapsing river, once he had doubts, his will collapsed. The terrifying killing affected him, making him almost lose his mind. Swoosh! At the same time, Lin Ling's sword arrived. With a clang, it was blocked by the Mount Shu sword god's sword. In terms of strength, Lin Ling was no match for the Mount Shu sword god. His body flew backward and smashed into the ground. However, the Mount Shu sword god in the sky was not any better. Blood dripped from the hand holding the sword. Obviously, he was also injured by Lin Ling's sword. Of course, the most important thing was that he was affected by Lin Ling's killing, which caused his combat strength to weaken by as much as 60%. Why do you have so much killing? The Mount Shu sword god's eyes were red as he stared at Lin Ling. If you don't kill, these killings won't affect you. On the ground, Lin Ling looked at him indifferently, then ran in another direction. The Mount Shu sword god wanted to chase after Lin Ling, but in the end, he held back because he was still affected by the killings. His Dao heart was unstable, and he almost lost himself. If he didn't kill, the eternal killing world wouldn't affect him. Unfortunately, as the sword god, how could he not kill? Bang! The Mount Shu sword god fell from the sky and then sat cross-legged on the ground, resisting the killing from the illusion with all his strength. It was as if he had entered the world of slaughter that Lin Ling had once entered. His soul was in turmoil. He never thought that he would be defeated. He pursued the supreme Mount Shu sword mantra, but he forgot to improve his state of mind. This was his biggest flaw. Although he managed to escape, at least he gave me some pointers. He clearly told me where my flaws are. After the Mount Shu sword divine weapon pondered for a moment, it was no longer angry. Instead, it was incomparably happy. As a swordsman, what he wanted to know the most was where his flaws were. He originally thought that he was no longer afraid of slaughter, but now he realized that what he wasn't afraid of was small massacres. He was still too inexperienced when it came to the real universe of slaughter. This Mount Shu sword god is so powerful. At this moment, Lin Ling was running into the distance. Blood was dripping from his arms and shoulders. He had clearly suffered serious injuries after clashing with the Mount Shu sword god. In this short period of time, he had fought several gods and demons. This also gave Lin Ling a deep understanding of the Dao Pagoda. His current strength was much weaker in the vicinity of the Dao Pagoda. Not to mention the Dao Pagoda, that was the focus of everyone's attention. In the Dao Pagoda, he was probably an ancient god who had founded a sect. Behind Lin Ling, even Lu Tian's expression was constantly changing. After witnessing Lin Ling escape danger again and again, he realized how terrifying Lin Ling's strength was. He had killed 2 old foxes and an old jackal, killed a great demon of the flying Frost Valley, escaped from the mouth of a strange tree demon, and even killed it. Moreover, he had escaped from the hands of the 4 great demons of the flying Frost Valley, fought the Mount Shu sword god, and retreated unscathed. Was this still a mid-level god? He thought of the kid he had seen in the Dragon Valley back then, and then thought of the invincible Lin Ling now, and his heart instantly turned cold. It was said that the host body of the worlds was incomparably powerful, and its growth speed surpassed that of tens of millions of gods. However, in front of Lin Ling, the host body of the world's will, he really couldn't compare to Lu Tian. Could it be that Lin Ling was really the host body of the 8th world's will? Would he inevitably change the era in the future? I can't let him live. He is still weak now, and I can still devour him. If I wait until he is strong in the future, I will definitely be devoured. I have to make the first move. A huge pressure rose in Lu Tian's heart. Of course, he had to kill Lin Ling. Suddenly, Lu Tian's eyes lit up, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sneer. At this moment, Lin Ling was still moving forward, constantly recovering his body. Fortunately, his physical body was strong, and he had 8 dantians. In a short period of time, he had recovered more than half. However, it would take a certain amount of time for the various trump cards to recover, at least half a day. Suddenly, Lin Ling's pupils trembled violently, and then he couldn't help but curse. That was because he discovered that the world in front of him had changed. Although the world in front of him was still green with mountains and rivers, blue sky, and white clouds, Lin Ling sensed that everything was distorted, and there were layers of death aura. This was a fake world. An expert had used the power of a great divine ability to seal the world in front of him. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling discovered that a gray wave of death was spreading in front of him like a tide. Wherever it passed, all the mountains and rivers trembled slightly. It seemed that there was no change on the surface, but in fact, it had completely disappeared. That feeling was as if he had entered the underworld. What a powerful technique! Lin Ling stared at a stalk of grass under his feet and discovered that it was filled with death aura. It was the netherworld grass. This meant that the gods of the underworld had come. Lien Lutian, you have angered me time and time again and challenged my bottom line. I will remember this grudge. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling said calmly to Lien Lutian behind him. Naturally, he could guess that all of this was because of Lien Lutian. Hee. At this point, it's either you die or I die. What's the use of saying all this nonsense? Lien Lutian smiled ferociously. Since he had already shed all pretenses, there was no need to pretend anymore. Do you think you can escape just by capturing me? What a joke. You don't even know that I'm with the underworld god. He knows my whereabouts very well. Lien Lutian continued. Now, the underworld is my backer. You want to go against the underworld alone? You're dreaming. Moreover, the underworld god has already promised me that if you die, the power of your worlds will belong to me. Ha ha! Lin Ling. Oh, Lin Ling. I'm looking forward to seeing you, the host of the Eighth World will. How powerful are you? How far can you allow me to grow? In the future, I want to dominate the entire universe. Chapter 48-47. Hearing Lin Ling's words, Lutian sneered. Naturally, he did not believe Lin Ling's words. He said indifferently, You'd better think about how to deal with the problem in front of you. All right. Lin Ling ignored him and stared ahead. Now, he had already been through a few waves of pursuers. This wave was probably the most difficult one, because this wave came at the right time. It appeared when Lin Ling was at his weakest. Underworld Blood Sea. Yes. Suddenly, on the mountain peak in front of him, gods in gray armor appeared. They opened their hands and summoned the powerful Underworld Blood Sea, which surged toward Lin Ling. The Underworld Blood Sea was a terrifying sea that washed away the memories, strength, and origin of those who entered the underworld. Any god who entered the Blood Sea would be washed away and turned into a blank reincarnation. Of course, the Underworld Blood Sea was only powerful in the underworld. But now, the gods of the underworld had moved a part of the underworld here, allowing the Blood Sea to descend. Woo woo woo. Another song entered Lin Ling's ears, making him feel dazed. It was as if he had heard the song of life. On the surging Blood Sea, Lin Ling saw an ancient sailboat moving forward. There was only one fisherman on the sailboat. He was topless and wore a straw hat. He stood on the bow of the boat and looked into the distance. Come, cross the other shore with me. From now on, you will live forever and be free from the suffering of this world. The fisherman's voice was old, like a guiding light. After the fisherman's song, endless illusions appeared, as if saying that money, fame, beauty, and strength were all for nothing. Lin Ling's eyes were blank, but at this time, a clear current flowed into his mind, causing Lin Ling to instantly wake up. He found that the clear current came from the universe's three extremes break. When he took a closer look, he found that the so-called fisherman was actually a skeleton. This skeleton drove the tattered boat and rolled in the Blood Sea. It was incomparably terrifying. This underworld Blood Sea is too strong. A thought appeared in Lin Ling's mind. He did not stay any longer and fled in another direction. When the netherworld gate opens, everything in the world will submit. However, seeing that Lin Ling was about to leave, the underworld deities on the surrounding mountain peaks formed complicated seals. At the same time, numerous bronze gates appeared in all directions, sealing the various great universes. Bang, bang, bang. The gigantic bronze gate was like the great laws of the universe. When it suppressed the sky, a terrifying power surged into the earth, annihilating everything. Although this was the Tao realm, it was clear that the Tao realm's netherworld laws were the same as the primal chaos realm and the void of the 9 prefectures. After the gods here died, they would enter the netherworld and disappear forever. After a total of 18 netherworld gates appeared, the color of the entire world became even darker. At the same time, a strange feeling enveloped Lin Ling's entire body. He discovered that he had been sealed, and he couldn't leave the netherworld. And at this time, the terrifying sea of blood from the netherworld surged over, sealing off any direction that Lin Ling could escape in, causing Lin Ling to have nowhere to hide. Lin Ling, your life is up. Quickly return to the netherworld. Moreover, the King Yin Luo from the netherworld gate also appeared from the netherworld gate. The Book of Life and Death appeared in his hands as he read Lin Ling's name. He wanted to ban Lin Ling. My life is in my hands, Lin Ling. Since when is it your turn to talk nonsense? Lin Ling looked up and sneered. Lin Ling, your life is up. Quickly return to the netherworld. However, the King Yin Luo from the netherworld gate had a cold expression. His eyes were filled with disdain, and he didn't care about Lin Ling's words at all. Lin Ling looked around, trying to find a way to escape. However, the netherworld gate was too strong, and he had used up all his trump cards. He couldn't block it with just his innate talent. Splash, splash, splash. In the end, Lin Ling was submerged in the sea of blood. He tumbled up and down, and a large number of skeletal arms appeared, pulling Lin Ling down into the sea of blood. Get out of my way! Lin Ling unleashed his strength and continued to blow up these skeletons. Rumble. A large number of skeletons exploded, but there were too many skeletons around. In the end, the sea of blood stopped flowing and began to retreat, leaving behind an endless number of skeletons. This was a sea of skeletons. Lin Ling's entire body was grabbed by a large number of skeletal arms and sank down. Looking from afar, this scene was incomparably terrifying. How pitiful! In the distance, even Lu Tian was gloating over the misfortune of the other party. The eyes of the King Yin Luo from the netherworld gate flashed as he sneered. Lin Ling was very famous in the netherworld. He wasn't afraid of the god of the underworld and challenged the great laws of the netherworld. The netherworld had long wanted to bring him to justice. However, Lin Ling's luck was good, and he had repeatedly escaped the pursuit of the netherworld. This time, Lin Ling couldn't escape. As long as he entered the netherworld gate, everything would be decided by the netherworld gate. No matter how powerful Lin Ling was, he would become a cripple. You want to kill me? Dream on. Being pulled by countless skeletons, Lin Ling also roared as he activated all the divine power in his body and blasted it towards himself. And this method was suicide. Hold him back. Seeing this scene, the various King Yin Luo roared and struck out with the laws of the netherworld, causing the sea of skeletons to rise into a monstrous wave and drown Lin Ling's head. You want to commit suicide? It's not that easy. Seeing Lin Ling being taken away by the sea of skeletons, the King Yin Luo sneered. Suicide, although it was also entering the netherworld, because Lin Ling was a god, it might be difficult for him to reincarnate and directly disappear in the universe. Moreover, even if he could reincarnate, Lin Ling would only be reincarnated into the path of the beast and suffer tribulation after tribulation. However, the purpose of a netherworld gate was to keep Lin Ling alive and imprisoned in the netherworld gate forever. How could they let Lin Ling die so easily? And now, Lin Ling was drowned by the sea of skeletons, which meant that Lin Ling had been completely brought into the netherworld gate. Even the ancient gods could not resist the netherworld gate. Go back. Then, the King Yin Luo said indifferently, closed the gate of the netherworld gate, and disappeared without a trace. Hee, it's finally settled. The gods of the netherworld, standing on top of the mountain, laughed excitedly. They formed complicated seals and withdrew the sea of blood from the netherworld gate. Rumble. A huge black hole appeared, and the billowing sea of blood flowed in reverse and finally disappeared. Unfortunately, no one saw that when the sea of blood flowed in reverse, a five-colored light also quietly appeared and floated into the sky with a figure. And that figure was Lin Ling. Lin Ling still had one chance to be protected by the Tao realm. He had used it in the end and escaped from the Tao realm. This was something that no one knew. Lin Ling is finally dead. At this moment, even Lu Tian let out a light breath and took a step forward, flying toward the gods of the Netherworld Gate. Lin Ling is a great enemy of the Netherworld Gate. The god of the Netherworld has wanted to capture him for a long time, and now his wish has finally come true. We have also made a great contribution. Even Lu Tian, you have also made a great contribution. The gods of the Netherworld Gate looked at even Lu Tian and said, and they were all extremely happy. Ha ha, we are really lucky. When the gods of the audience said this, even Lu Tian was even happier. Then, he suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, "Did you sense the power of Lin Ling's world will?" Chapter 48:48. At this moment, under the gray sky, 18 figures flew past like death gods. They were the Yama kings of the underworld. After hearing the voice transmission from the underworld gods, they immediately stopped and tried to find Lin Ling in the underworld blood sea. However, after searching for a long time, they did not see Lin Ling's figure. Not good. Lin Ling is gone. A Yama king frowned. How was that possible? How could Lin Ling escape from the underworld blood sea? Moreover, the underworld gate has locked onto him. How could he escape? Another Yama king's face became serious. Quick, inform Lien Letian and the others immediately. Another Yama king shouted anxiously. At this moment, in the area of the Tao Pagoda, Lien Letian was following the underworld gods. One of the underworld gods smiled and said, "Lin Ling's world will power? It's okay. The Yama kings will find it for us. After all, only you could devour that power now. It's useless for us to have it. This is Lin Ling's returning to heaven position. Lien Letian, you can keep it well." Lien Letian immediately took Lin Ling's returning to heaven position. He looked a little excited because he knew very well that Lin Ling's returning to heaven position contained a lot of Tao realm fragments. The number was astonishing. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to let me off so easily. Lien Letian laughed. After seeing Lin Ling's returning to heaven position, he was even more certain that Lin Ling was dead. After all, in the area of the Tao Pagoda, only after the death of a god would the returning to heaven position drop. The Tao realm fragments in Lin Ling's returning to heaven position are enough for everyone to enter the Tao Pagoda. Lien Letian looked at the underworld gods and said, these gods were also from the heavenly underworld sect, so they were considered his own people. Thank you, Your Excellency Lien Letian. Hearing Lien Lishan's words, the underworld gods smiled. They were naturally very interested in the Tao Pagoda. At this moment, they didn't know that in the Lin Ling universe, a man had appeared there, coldly looking at the entire void. This man was Lin Ling. Previously, he had used up his last chance of protection of the Tao realm and finally escaped back to the void of the 9 continents at the critical moment. When he thought of Lien Letian and the previous assassination attempt, Lin Ling's eyes turned extremely cold. If this was my universe, a mere underworld blood sea would be nothing. Lin Ling snorted coldly. He investigated for a bit, but didn't do anything for the time being. This was because Lin Ling still needed some time to recover his trump cards. Once he recovered, Lin Ling would definitely kill his way back. He was very clearly aware that the Netherworld entrance and Netherworld blood ocean required a certain amount of time to set up. Moreover, his Tao regression heavenly seat had already been taken away. No matter what, he had to get it back. The Lin Ling universe is getting stronger and stronger. Next, Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void and continuously cast out the grand laws of the universe that he had learned in the Shrine of Ice. Bang! It was as if a heavenly drum was being beaten. Every time it was beaten, the entire void of the universe would tremble. At the same time, the void of this great universe became more stable and quietly expanded. The spiritual qi also became denser. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This was his territory, his world. My universe is still lacking a bit of foundation. I need to nurture some gods and demons that are endowed by nature. Lin Ling pondered. Controlling the laws, he set up universe treasures in every corner of the universe. With the grand laws of the universe, these places could give birth to incomparably terrifying gods in the future. Just like the ancient gods like the Yellow Emperor. Master, this is Master's hometown. At this moment, a voice came from Lin Ling Universe. Although the voice was soft as the Master of the Universe, Lin Ling could naturally hear it clearly. He discovered that there were many people entering his Lin Ling Universe, but they came from various large realms and were extremely unfamiliar. However, these people were blocked by Ancestor Tai-Yin and the others. Let them come in. Lin Ling smiled. He instantly knew the origin of these people. Back in the path of domination in the void of the 9 states, Lin Ling was brought into the reincarnation of life and death by the strong beings of the underworld. During one of his lives, he was the leader of sect. He witnessed his disciples being killed. Later, Lin Ling awakened, broke the reincarnation of life and death, and brought the souls of these disciples back. Furthermore, Lin Ling had left behind a divine ability for them to find hosts for them. Now, these disciples had all grown up, and their strength had become extremely powerful. It's really strange. The opportunities one gave them were obviously very ordinary, but they grew so quickly and have the strength of a lesser god. After that, Lin Ling was secretly shocked. With a wave of his right hand, a large number of young people appeared in front of him. These people were very confused at first, but after seeing Lin Ling, they all trembled and knelt down. Greetings, Master. Although it was the first time they saw Lin Ling, they were familiar with Lin Ling. Get up, Lin Ling said calmly. Thank you, Master. Everyone bowed respectfully. They knew very well that their master was a giant god, an omnipotent expert. This is the Lin Ling universe. You can stay in this universe and cultivate in the future. When you become a superior god, you can come and find me again. Go. Lin Ling waved at everyone. At the same time, a gentle light enveloped everyone, making them feel like they had been reborn. In a Lin Ling universe, Lin Ling was omnipotent. Whoever he wanted to become a god would become a god. Of course, Lin Ling only helped them a little because this was the cycle of karma. If he helped them too much, it would not be good for these disciples. Thank you, Master. All the disciples bowed respectfully and then left to find their own opportunities and pursue the great Tao. Lin Ling did not know that because of his actions in the future Lin Ling universe, a large number of powerful giant gods would be born in the chaotic realm. Here, I am really strong. Even if it is the Tongtian sect leader, I dare to fight. Unfortunately, I can only be strong here. Moreover, after the tribulation of the world the Lin Ling universe still cannot resist. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. After controlling the Lin Ling universe, he could calculate many things. The tribulation of the world could destroy countless universes. Lin Ling universe could not resist it. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have to go to the Tao realm. He could just stay here and provoke anyone. Well, it's almost time. Go back and destroy them. Then Lin Ling stood up, sensed the celestial return realm, and entered the Tao Pagoda again. Although Lin Ling's celestial return realm fell in the Tao Pagoda, he was not dead, so he could still enter. However, there was not much time left for Lin Ling. If Lin Ling did not take back the celestial return realm, it would disappear. Chapter 48-49. On a vast land, a dozen figures were flying into the distance. They were none other than Xianxia and his companions. They were talking and laughing as though they were about to embark on a grand plan. Behind them, a figure was quietly following them. It was as though he had disappeared into the universe, making it difficult for anyone to detect him. 19 people, plus Xianxia. That's a total of 20 people. This person was Lin Ling. he discovered that among the 19 people in front of him, 12 were late-stage high gods, while the rest were mid-stage high gods. The opponents were very strong. If he were to fight them head-on, Lin Ling would be at a disadvantage. However, Lin Ling could defeat them one by one. Moreover, he discovered that his celestial Dao throne was in Lian Lishan's possession. This made Lin Ling somewhat relieved. If the celestial Dao throne was in the hands of those late-stage high gods, it would be very difficult for him to snatch it back. I just need to kill a few of them and rob Lian Letian. Then I can leave. Lin Ling thought to himself. He remained motionless and quietly followed them. At this moment, Lian Letian and his companions were still talking and laughing as though they had made a great contribution. However, as they walked, Lian Letian suddenly frowned and said, "Logically speaking, since Lin Ling has been taken away by the underworld, the opportunity he left in my soul should have disappeared. But why can I still feel it?" Bone King Realm Sealer, has King Yama of the underworld replied? One of the late-stage high gods looked at Lian Letian and said with a smile, "Don't worry, the underworld's blood sea has never failed. The opportunity in your soul has not disappeared. As it is the energy of the energy of the soul dissipates slowly. In a few hours, you will not be able to feel it anymore." This man was tall and wore a black robe. He looked like a pope. Bone King Realm Sealer is right. Lian Letian could not help but nod upon hearing the black-robed man's words. Oh no! However, before they could be happy for too long, the Bone King Realm Sealer let out a loud roar. He looked extremely anxious. What's wrong? Lian Letian frowned instantly. Lin Ling has escaped. The Bone King Realm Sealer looked at everyone and finally said word by word, "Escaped." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed greatly. How could this be possible? One had to know that that was the attack of the 18 kings of hell, and there was also the blood sea of the underworld. How could Lin Ling escape? I'm guessing that Lin Ling was never caught from the very beginning. Bone King Sealer's eyes were gloomy as he pondered. No wonder the opportunity he left in my soul still hasn't dissipated. It turns out that he really didn't die. What should we do now? Even Letian knew that things were getting troublesome. He looked at the gods of the underworld and said. The gods of the underworld fell silent. They didn't know what to do. Wait, Lin Ling's Dao regression heavenly mandate is in our hands. If he's still alive, he'll definitely come looking for us. Suddenly, the Bone King's eyes lit up. That's right. Lin Ling's Dao regression celestial plane had a large amount of Dao realm fragments. Now that I've obtained all of them, he definitely won't give up. Even Lutian was extremely certain. Just as the team thought about it, a terrifying massacre suddenly came. The last few people in the team were killed by a sword. They were unstoppable. This sudden sword was a sneak attack that caught them off guard. Most importantly, the murderous aura was too strong. By the time they reacted, their heads had already been separated from their bodies. These experts from the underworld didn't have Dao realm fragments to protect them. This meant that after they were killed, they were completely dead. Lin Ling really came. The tall Bone King Sealer stopped in his tracks. His long robe fluttered as he looked coldly into the distance. Whoosh! But at this moment, another sword came. It was fierce and murderous. Then, another god from the underworld was killed. Lin Ling is right here. Even Lu Tian's eyes narrowed. He didn't know why, but he was a little flustered. The main reason was that Lin Ling's sword was too sharp. It killed gods like killing chickens. Other than late-stage high gods, mid-stage high gods couldn't block it. Very fast. It's probably at the speed of 1,000 worlds. The Bone King Sealer muttered to himself. Not only that, Lin Ling can erupt with the speed of 20 million worlds. I've seen him use this speed before. Even great demons who are good at speed can't catch up with Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling also has the ability to kill with a single strike. It's an extremely powerful technique. However, Lin Ling was clearly taken away by the underworld. How did he manage to escape? Even Lutian knew that he was no match for Lin Ling. He could only pray to the Bone King Sealer. Therefore, he told them about Lin Ling's powerful techniques. I've never seen these techniques that you mentioned. However, I am also very curious. Is a mere mid-level deity really that powerful? The Bone King Sealer's body shook. Waves of nether energy spread out like a dense fog, enveloping this part of the world. The other gods from the underworld also looked around indifferently, as if they were facing a great enemy. For a moment, the atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Lien Lutian stood around the gods of the underworld. He narrowed his eyes, waiting for Lin Ling's appearance. Whoosh! Another sword came. Among the gods of the underworld, another one fell. He was killed by a sword. Whoosh! Terrifying killing intent intertwined in the nether energy as if it had materialized. It was extremely terrifying. However, the Bone King Sealer still did not move. He looked around indifferently and finally said with certainty, Lin Ling is indeed here. Everyone, listen up. Prepare to activate the underworld blood sea. This time, no matter what, Lin Ling must stay here. I reckon that Lin Ling was able to escape from the underworld blood sea because of the protection of the Dao realm. This time, he won't be able to escape. Lien Latian, stay by my side. Lin Ling is here for you. If you don't leave, he won't escape. The Bone King Sealer waved his robe and kept giving orders. When the gods of the underworld heard this, they formed complicated seals and began to summon the underworld blood sea. Generally speaking, to summon the underworld blood sea, everyone had to work together. However, a few of them had been killed earlier. In addition, Lin Ling would not allow them to summon the blood sea as they pleased. Therefore, the Bone King Sealer decided that he would hold off Lin Ling while the others summoned the underworld blood sea. The Bone King Sealer was very sure that as long as Lin Ling's dour version was still here, Lin Ling would definitely not escape. Lin Ling, come out. The longer you delay, the slimmer your chances of escaping. Seeing that everyone had begun to form seals, the Bone King Sealer spoke faintly. His eyes looked down at the white snow mountain, as if he could see through Lin Ling's location. However, the vast expanse of white snow mountain was completely silent. Chapter 4850. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask Lin Ling to come out and fight. He was confident that as long as Lin Ling dared to come out, he could suppress Lin Ling and even capture him alive. Moreover, even if Lin Ling's strength was not bad and could fight against him for a while, when the blood sea of the underworld arrived, Lin Ling would still be unable to escape. This was the confidence of the Bone King Realm Sealer. Ha! At this moment, a dark shadow finally appeared on the white snow. This shadow was very small at first, but it gradually grew bigger. It was like an ascetic, slowly walking over from afar. He wore a gray robe and held a unique sword in his hand, as though he was a heretical cultivator. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling, you really escaped. Seeing Lin Ling, even Lu Tian's heart skipped a beat, and he became inexplicably nervous. He was very clear that after Lin Ling escaped last time, the difficulty of capturing Lin Ling had undoubtedly increased by several times. Lin Ling, you are really powerful. However, if you want to return to the heavenly realm, you must defeat me. The Bone King Realm Sealer also stared at Lin Ling. With a wave of his hand, a huge bone knife appeared in his hand, and he pointed it at Lin Ling from afar. Then come and try. A sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he also pointed it at the Bone King Realm Sealer. This was also the first time he fought against a late-stage high god. Talent fusion, gray robe appeared. Lin Ling's footsteps paused, and he disappeared on the spot. A sword seemed to have slashed down from the sky. 200 million force erupted, and the eternal killing world appeared in the sword. It was as though it had slashed down the universe, and it arrived in front of the Bone King Realm Sealer. Stairs. The bone knife in the Bone King Realm Sealer's hand shook violently, and he swung at the sky. With a loud boom, the snowy ground was split into two, and a terrifying divine energy soared into the sky. Bang! Bang! When the sword and saber collided, it was as if two huge universes were colliding, forming a terrifying shockwave. Meanwhile, Lin Ling maintained his posture of slashing down with his sword. The ferocious power of God clashed with the saber light from the bone saber. His figure slowly retreated, and the tyrant Song's sword continued to tremble. In terms of pure strength, Lin Ling was clearly no match for the Bone King's Realm Sealer. However, at this moment, the universe of massacre came crashing down from the tyrant Song's sword. It was formless and colorless, and it could affect the Tao heart of a god. Not bad. Is this the steps of God? That's not right. It seems to be a power that's even more powerful than the divine steps. I reckon it's a magical ability from the ancient times. However, I'm from the underworld. You're dreaming if you think you can affect me with just killing. The Bone King Realm Sealer also had a powerful divine stare, and it had reached the ancient realm of the 6 great realms. This divine staircase was a dream, the Bone Dream's staircase. It could cause any divine bone to tremble and shatter. According to legend, in ancient times, there was an ancient giant god who was proficient in this type of divine staircase. With a single move, if the opponent didn't have any means to resist, all of the bones in their body would shatter. It would be as if they had entered a dreamland, and their entire body would turn into mud. Rumble. A deafening sound rang out. Lin Ling instantly sensed that the bones in his body were about to shatter. What a powerful move. I can't block such a powerful divine staircase in addition to the power of God. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He was about to use his trump card. However, at this moment, the Bone King Realm Sealer on the ground shouted, "How is this possible?" He saw that the terrifying universe of massacre had affected his heart, causing his strength to weaken by more than 60%. Once his strength was weakened, the pressure on Lin Ling also decreased. I'm from the underworld. Why can your massacre affect me? At the same time, the Bone King Realm Sealer raised his head and looked deeply at Lin Ling. He was shocked by Lin Ling's move. His saber pointed at Lin Ling again, but this time he didn't attack. Lin Ling also looked deeply at the Bone King Realm Sealer. He was shocked by the latter's strength. If the Eternal Massacre world hadn't affected the Bone King Realm Sealer's heart, Lin Ling would have been injured. This meant that Lin Ling had been careless and underestimated the strength of a late-stage high-level deity. All along, Lin Ling's heaven-defying strength had caused him to be complacent. Now, the Bone King Realm Sealer had taught Lin Ling a good lesson. It should be known that the current Lin Ling didn't have the protection of a Tao Realm expert. If he died because of his carelessness, he would really die. To show my respect, I will fight you with all my strength. Stepping into the sky, Lin Ling pointed his sword at the Bone King Realm Sealer. On the huge sword, murderous aura was surging. So this is the universe of Massacre World. The Bone King Realm Sealer stared at Lin Ling's sword and completely understood why Lin Ling could affect him. Realm. The Bone King Realm Sealer let out a low roar. Countless bone fragments flew out from his body as if he was trying to seal this world. They rolled in all directions. I will kill you with all my strength. Under the sky full of bone fragments, the Bone King Realm Sealer said coldly, "Come." Lin Ling looked behind the Bone King Realm Sealer and realized that the underworld deities were summoning the underworld blood sea. This made him know that he had to end this quickly. Panga's strike. Lin Ling let out a low roar and raised his sword up high. This was the first time he used Panga's sky-splitting slash in the tyrannical song sword and merged it with the Eternal Massacre world. What a strange move, but what's the use of it? Underworld, great hell. The Bone King Realm Sealer roared and activated the surrounding bone fragments, turning them into bone blades and forming the underworld great hell. This was the bone-piercing hell. Ding ding dang dang. However, when the Bone King Realm Sealer wanted to interrupt Lin Ling's sword, Lin Ling shot down from the sky like a meteor and a giant. When the Bone King Realm Sealer's bone-piercing hell hit Lin Ling, it was blocked by Lin Ling. What kind of move is this? The Bone King Realm Sealer's eyes trembled. Seal, demon seal. The Bone King Realm Sealer roared and activated an even more terrifying move. The underworld great hell spun crazily and attacked Lin Ling again. Rumble. A deafening sound echoed. The space was constantly being cut, and the scene of the underworld was revealed. This made Lien Letian gasp. He didn't expect Lin Ling to not be afraid of the Bone King Realm Sealer's powerful deity force. Bone King Realm Sealer. Lin Ling has a move that can ignore deity force. You have to use other moves. Lien Letian suddenly shouted. The Bone King Realm Sealer's eyes narrowed. Ignore deity force? What a heaven-defying ability. He didn't know that this was Pangu's earth-shattering strike. Sky-splitting slash. At the same time, Lin Ling's sword arrived and ruthlessly slashed down, destroying heaven and earth. This slash was different from usual. It was fused with the eternal killing world. When it ruthlessly slashed down, the entire snowy land was swept away and completely melted, turning into nothingness once again. The Bone King Realm Sealer raised his head, his eyes trembling. He didn't understand how a mere mid-god could erupt with such terrifying power. Underworld Silver Gate. An old, song-like voice rang out. The Bone King Realm Sealer had actually summoned the Underworld Gate. Moreover, it was the extremely rare Underworld Silver Gate. This was the Underworld Gate above the Bronze Gate. According to legend, if this gate didn't appear, it would definitely bring the most ancient giant god into the underworld. Chapter 48:51. Silver light enveloped him as if the most ancient underworld passageway had been opened. Lin Ling's eyes stared at the underworld passageway that had suddenly opened. He sensed a vast ocean-like force attacking him, wanting to pull him into the silver door. At this moment, he had a feeling that he was as insignificant as an ant, unable to escape the power of the universe's great laws. Lin Ling's heart was shaken. However, his eyes instantly focused. The underworld's great laws of the universe wanted to subdue him, but as the master of Lin Ling's universe, why would he fear the universe's great laws? Even if he knew he was no match for them, his heart still yearned for them. What's more, he was carrying the heavenly Tao's wanted order today. Millions of gods wanted to kill him. If he were to admit defeat and fear, then it would be difficult for him to move forward in the future. He wanted to fight. Lin Ling's eyes were burning, incomparably resolute. The sword in his hand was mixed with the terrifying power of the eternal world of slaughter. It was constantly tumbling, as if millions of slaughter demons were attacking at the same time. This was the universe of slaughter, more powerful than any slaughter. It was the killing intent accumulated from killing countless people. The strength of this killing intent had even reached the stage where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was more like endless vitality. After all, the other side of slaughter was the creation of life. Of course, compared to the ultimate massacre, Lin Ling was still slightly weaker. The true ultimate massacre was the massacre of the great cosmos. Moreover, Lin Ling's slaughter came from his 8th Dantian and was not personally comprehended by him. Therefore, in terms of foundation, he was ultimately weaker. Universe's 3 extremes destruction, demons subduing destruction. Lin Ling let out another low roar. His surging soul power turned into an ocean, forming a great universe that sealed everything. A destructive soul force spread out. On the entire earth, all the gods were affected. Their souls trembled, but they could not sense any killing intent. As a result of their souls being affected, it caused the difficulty of summoning the underworld's blood sea to increase again. Lin Ling's 2 great killing moves were executed at the same time. The power was undoubtedly terrifying and shocking. Looking from the ground, the white snow had already melted, revealing a pitch-black continent. Everyone looked up and saw waves of cosmic rays pressing down like a cage. And in the middle of these rays, a sword was even more dazzling. This was also the first time Lin Ling had used Pangu's strike. Universe's 3 extremes break, an eternal killing world at the same time. Lin Ling himself didn't know how powerful it was. Is this kid truly a god? Bone King Sealer raised his head and stared at the sky. His pupils were trembling and flickering. All of a sudden, his entire body exploded, turning into bones that coiled and spiraled, gradually turning into a huge bone saber. This blade was extremely extraordinary. It was formed from the bones of countless deities, and it was enormous. It was thousands of miles long, and as it hung in the air, it released a terrifying aura from the underworld. His blade slashed towards the heavens, colliding with Lin Ling's Sword of Slaughter. Boom! Before the two terrifying attacks collided, the surrounding area was completely destroyed. Lien Latian was too close to Bone King Sealer. He was blown away by the strong wind and buried in the ground. However, he quickly rushed out and stared at the sky with the most terrifying expression in his life. Too strong. Lin Ling's strength was simply beyond his imagination. This blade of mine, High God Divine Embryo, Bone King Sealer's voice exploded. Rumble. The saber and sword began to collide violently, exploding with deafening sounds. But what was surprising was that the collision of the saber and sword was extremely slow. It was as if two old men were fighting a slow tug of war. But in everyone's eyes, this wasn't a tug of war, but an illusion formed because the two attacks had gathered too much power. If one was in the middle of this collision, they would realize that the speed of the collision wasn't slow, but faster than one could imagine. Saber and sword, cosmic rays, and the silver door of the underworld. At this moment, it attracted the attention of countless people. The gods from the underworld were shocked. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they realize how terrifying Lin Ling's methods were. Most importantly, it wasn't just one method, but several methods. Not good. After the two forces collided for a long time, Bone King Sealer let out a low roar. His voice was filled with anger and unwillingness. This was because he realized that Lin Ling's strength had too many negative effects. For example, the universe of slaughter had weakened his strength. The cosmic rays had caused his soul to continue to tremble. And that sword that could split the heavens and earth made him feel like he was facing the most ancient god, opening the universe. In fact, Bone King Sealer also had a power that affected Lin Ling. However, Bone King Sealer felt that compared to his influence, Lin Ling's was weaker. For some reason, Lin Ling's foundation was incomparably solid. The negative effects on both sides were minimized. Is there a loophole? Be defeated. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes were red. It was as if he was fighting against an incomparably terrifying storm. He knew very well that although he seemed to be able to fight Bone King Sealer, he was relying on his killer moves. Without these killer moves, Lin Ling would not be able to withstand Bone King Sealer's full-powered attack. This also meant that Lin Ling was fighting with his back against the wall. If all his killer moves could not defeat Bone King Sealer, Lin Ling would definitely die. Fortunately, the combination of several major moves was indeed terrifying. Bone King Sealer was injured and began to retreat. Rumble. Cracks appeared on the bone saber that he had transformed into, and it finally exploded. The silver light in the sky, which represented the oldest gate to the underworld, was slowly closing. Humph! Bone King Sealer grunted and retreated. Suddenly, a huge millstone appeared behind him and sucked all the cosmic rays into the millstone. Lin Ling's earth-shattering sword slash was instantly blocked by the millstone. This millstone seemed to be used to grind people to death. It was extremely powerful. It was probably passed down by the god of the underworld. After Bone King Sealer blocked Lin Ling's killer move, he stared at Lin Ling without saying a word. However, Lin Ling noticed that Bone King Sealer was injured and did not dare to act rashly. He secretly felt lucky. Several killer moves erupted at the same time and finally defeated Bone King Sealer. Late-stage High God was indeed amazing. Pangu strike absolute soul shock. Without waiting for Bone King Sealer to react, Lin Ling moved at full speed. It was as if he had pierced through the void and instantly appeared behind Bone King Sealer. Then, he grabbed Lien Latian and flew away. Lien Latian was still shocked by Lin Ling's thunderous moves. By the time he reacted, he had already been kidnapped. Even his voice was only halfway out. Lin Ling. As for Bone King Sealer, he stood in the same place and did not move. Only a low voice came out of his throat. "My lord." At this moment, the other underworld gods stopped summoning the Blood Sea and flew toward Bone King Sealer, wanting to ask him how he was doing. Chapter 48:52. Boom. The sound was like thunder, blasting everyone into silence. The Bone King Realm Sealer had his waist broken by Lin Ling. Only the Bone King Realm Sealer knew how terrifying Lin Ling's methods were. Wave after wave of thunderous attacks were unstoppable. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying through the snowstorm at a terrifying speed, disappearing and reappearing from time to time. Lien Letian, who was captured by Lin Ling, had a drastic change in expression. He wanted to resist, but he was no match for Lin Ling. His face was pale. He did not expect to be captured by Lin Ling again. One had to know that he thought Lin Ling was dead. Now that he was captured by Lin Ling again, his fate was obvious. You, what are you trying to do?" In his fear, Lien Letian gritted his teeth and asked. When he said this, he did not realize that his voice was filled with fear. "Lien Letian, you didn't expect me to still be alive, right? Now you're asking me what I'm trying to do. Hee, what do you think I'm trying to do?" Lin Ling looked back at Lien Letian and said with a smile that did not look like a smile. Lien Lishan's body trembled, and he did not dare to speak again. "You secretly exposed my whereabouts, causing me to almost die several times. Now you're asking me what I'm trying to do. Also, my Dao Regression Heavenly Seat, return it." Lin Ling snatched the Dao Regression Heavenly Seat and glared at Lien Letian. Lien Letian did not dare to resist at all. He just lowered his head, making it impossible to know what he was thinking. Unfortunately, Lin Ling could guess that Lien Letian must be thinking of ways to harm him. "Let's find a safe place first, then think of a way to kill Lien Letian. I can sense that a large number of gods have appeared at the place where the battle took place. They're probably here for the Heavenly Dao Arrest Order, or maybe they're Emperor Yao's men. More and more gods are gathering here. I can't stay here any longer." Lin Ling kept saying. In fact, he should leave immediately. But when he thought of Lien Letian, he knew that if he did not deal with him, it would be useless no matter where Lin Ling ran to. Whoosh! At the bottom of an icy cliff, Lin Ling and his companion shot down. After Lin Ling bound Lien Lishan's soul, he immediately entered the square prison. He had to find a way to kill Lien Letian. Even Letian was shocked when he saw Lin Ling disappear. However, he couldn't care less and quickly informed the gods of the underworld. Although he didn't know what Lin Ling wanted to do, this was his chance. That idiot didn't run away. Instead, he entered a square stone to cultivate. An opportunity, an enormous opportunity. Now that he has used up all of his trump cards, any high god can take his life. Come quickly. Even Lu Tian had a way to contact the underworld deity and get the underworld deity to send experts here. And in the square prison, Lin Ling quickened his pace and arrived in front of the highest level prison cell. He hurriedly asked, "Senior Guang Chengzi, is there a way to seal the world will's host body?" Guang Chengzi appeared in front of the cell with green mountains and clear waters. He looked at Lin Ling in shock. Sealing the world will's host body is no small matter. This is because the world will's host body is an anomaly that surpasses the various universes. It is very, very difficult to seal it. Even if you kill it, it will be useless because it could be reincarnated. If Sir Lin Ling really wants to seal it, you can find the Lunar Fox of Heart. I heard that this goddess has a way to seal it. However, I don't know if it is true. However, you have to be careful. This Lunar Fox of Heart is no small matter. She can leak her power out of the prison cell. If you get too close to her, you will be in danger. Hearing Guang Chengzi's words, Lin Ling's face turned anxious. He was already in a hurry and was racing against time. Now, he had to seek help from a difficult opponent. All right. However, at this point, Lin Ling didn't have time to think about it. Moreover, if this woman called Lunar Fox of Heart could help him, then Lin Ling's power of the world would increase greatly after devouring Lien Letian. According to Guang Chengzi's instructions, Lin Ling arrived at another prison cell. This prison cell held prisoners on death row. If it wasn't for the prison being broken back then, these prisoners on death row would also be executed. Therefore, this was also a death row prison. The gods who could appear here were undoubtedly all beings with twisted minds and committed all sorts of evil deeds. It was no wonder that Guangchengzi reminded Lin Ling. When Lin Ling arrived at this prison cell, he felt a terrifying aura spreading out. It was a desolate aura. It was as if it had seen through life and death and abandoned everything. The scariest thing was that this mysterious aura could affect Lin Ling. This also meant that the aura that could affect Lin Ling's desolate aura must have reached the universe level. Gritting his teeth, Lin Ling moved forward again and arrived in front of another prison cell. What shocked Lin Ling was that the person locked up in this prison cell was a delicate beauty. She looked delicate and lovely, making people want to protect her. Behind her was a tail, a white tail. Lin Ling looked at her and immediately entered the illusion. It was as if he had entered the wedding night. The person lying on the bed waiting for him was a beautiful and charming woman. This kind of charm was also at the universe level. Scram! Lin Ling felt his mouth go dry, but he remained calm. With the eternal killing world, he could turn into a merciless killing demon at any time. I didn't expect you to be a god with a massacre universe. Seeing that she couldn't tempt Lin Ling, the moon fox of heart returned to her normal state. Her eyes turned cold, and this coldness was a kind of hidden bitterness. Lin Ling looked at her and was affected again. However, he knew that this wasn't the moon fox of heart's intention. She had resentment in her. The resentment of a person was extremely powerful. The resentment of God was even more terrifying. Lin Ling had an intuition that this woman must have been hurt by love before. Moreover, Lin Ling secretly checked the prison jade slip and realized that the moon fox of heart had reincarnated for thousands of times. Every time she reincarnated, she would be hurt by love. At this moment, Lin Ling felt a sense of sympathy for the moon fox of heart. Thousands of reincarnations, hurt by love, betrayed by the person she loved, killed by the person she loved. There were too many. No wonder the resentment of the moon fox of heart was so strong. The resentment quietly spread and shrouded Lin Ling. Lin Ling's body trembled. This resentment was too strong. It was so strong that it could seep out of the prison. As the lord of the square prison, Lin Ling naturally had a way to stop the resentment of the moon fox of heart. He only needed to activate the prison's calamity. However, after activating the prison's calamity, it was impossible to get the help of the moon fox of heart. Therefore, Lin Ling allowed the resentment to engulf him. Next, he felt as if his body was about to be torn apart. The strength of the resentment was even stronger than the massacre universe. So this was a reason why the moon fox of heart was so scary. Chapter 4853. Endless resentment passed through the cell and shrouded Lin Ling. This resentment was like Lin Ling's massacre universe. It could affect the Taoist heart of a deity. Lin Ling stood in front of the cell and persisted. Sigh, sigh. Suddenly, a soft sigh came from the moon fox of heart. Why is there such an infatuated person in this world? Sigh. The moon fox of heart slowly retracted her resentment and sighed. It was as if she knew about Yu and the rest. She also knew about Lin Ling's principles and loyalty towards love. As soon as the resentment disappeared, Lin Ling felt his body relax, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his body. Then, Lin Ling raised his head and looked at the moon fox of heart in disbelief. Why are you looking for me? The moon fox of heart also looked at Lin Ling calmly. The coldness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a kind of appreciation and kindness towards a junior. Why didn't you kill me? Lin Ling asked with a frown. Guangxingzi had said that the moon fox of heart was difficult to get along with. She had the power to break out of the cell and was unfavorable to the prison warden. Therefore, it was impossible for her to let Lin Ling go. Because you are deeply in love. The moon fox of heart said calmly. I can sense that you love someone deeply in your heart. Although you're not a devoted person, you are loyal and loyal. You can't bear to abandon any woman who loves you. Most importantly, you and your childhood friends. You're deeply in love with her. When I see Yu, I feel as if I am looking at myself. That's why I won't kill you. This is different from my principles. I also admire people who are loyal to one person." Hearing this, Lin Ling narrowed his eyes. It was because of Yu. He couldn't help but secretly feel lucky. If it wasn't for his unwavering love for Yu, perhaps he would have been defeated today. "Why are you looking for me?" The Moon Fox of Heart asked Lin Ling. "I want to know how to seal the world we'll host." Lin Ling hurriedly asked. "The host of the world will is difficult to seal. You should change to another question." Moon Fox of Heart shook her head and said, "Senior, this is the only problem I have right now. I hope that Senior can help me." Lin Ling was stubborn. "It's very difficult to seal a world will host body. Most importantly, a world will host body can't be sealed by an ordinary person. Although you're the master of the square prison, you can't seal a world will host body." Moon Fox of Heart shook her head. "Senior, I'm also a host body of the world will. Now, another host body of the world will wants to harm me, so I must find a way to seal it. Otherwise, I will die without a doubt." Seeing that the Moon Fox of Heart kept rejecting him, Lin Ling knew he had to tell her where he came from. As expected, when a Moon Fox of Heart heard what Lin Ling said, she stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. After a while, she said solemnly, "Since you're the host body of the world will, everything is different. I have a way to seal it, and even make it extremely weak so that you can easily devour it. Moreover, the square prison also has the power to seal the host body of the world will. However, you can't seal it for too long. What you need to do now is to find the 7 Dao Jiushabadi and take their souls back. That will do." The Moon Fox of Heart kept talking. Hearing that, Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. 7 Dao Jiushabadi? The so-called 9 Dao Jiushabadi is the body of the greatest sacrifice. You have to kill a good person who has sacrificed everything for the people around you and take their souls. Good person? That's right. They're good people. Do I have to kill such a person? Lin Ling looked a little troubled. Although he wasn't a soft-hearted person, he still couldn't kill a good person. A good person, the 9 Dao Jiushabadi, sacrificing everything for the universe. Only their souls can seal the host body of the world will. Moreover, you don't have to worry too much. Since the 9 Dao Jiushabadi can sacrifice itself for the universe, it can also sacrifice everything for you. I have a feeling that although you are the host body of the world will, you will protect the entire universe in the future and not destroy it. The Moon Fox of Heart looked at Lin Ling calmly, as if she could see through Lin Ling. Lin Ling couldn't help but smile bitterly. To be honest, he didn't know if he could protect the entire universe in the end. This was because he only had one goal, which was to protect his family and friends. He didn't plan to protect the entire universe. A person who can persevere for a lifetime for love and protect, it will never abandon the universe. Based on this, I believe you. The Moon Fox of Heart said again. I hope so. Lin Ling sighed and finally accepted the truth. Although killing the 9 Dao Jiushabadi made him feel uneasy, he felt relieved when he thought about how it was all for the sake of the entire universe. Thank you, Senior. I'll teach you the sealing method. Go. The Moon Fox of Heart waved her hand. Lin Ling cupped his hands and bowed before turning to leave. The Moon Fox of Heart also left the symbol of the 9 Dao Jiushabadi in Lin Ling's body, so that Lin Ling could find the 9 Dao Jiushabadi. You're different from him. If he was like you back then, I might not have died. Therefore, I'm sure that you're definitely not like him. After Lin Ling left, the Moon Fox of Heart muttered to herself. The resentment in her eyes deepened. On the other side, when Lin Ling appeared, he first noticed that Lien Letian was still standing there with a sneer on his face. Obviously, he must have secretly informed the people of the underworld to come. Get over here, Lin Ling shouted as he grabbed Lien Letian and threw him into the square prison. Lin Ling, where's this place? Let me go. A prison cell? Why is there a prison cell on you? Lin Ling, what secret are you hiding? But doesn't matter. You're dead meat. Ha ha ha. Continue to run if you dare. As long as I'm alive, you won't be able to escape. Although Lin Letian was imprisoned in the prison by Lin Ling, he was not afraid at all. It was as if he was certain that Lin Ling would be defeated. You won't be happy for long. After realizing that Lin Letian was imprisoned in the prison cell, Lin Ling sneered. He controlled the calamity and continued to torture Lin Letian. Then, he ran into the distance. Sure enough, after he disappeared for an hour, a large number of gods arrived. These gods were extremely powerful. After they appeared, they looked down coldly at the ice cliff. He escaped again. He shouldn't be too far away. Moreover, there's someone else with him. This person has a way to spread Lin Ling's whereabouts. Even if Lin Ling can escape this time, we'll definitely be able to catch him next time. Chase, the god said coldly. Then, they flew in another direction. At this moment, Lin Ling was running wildly. He knew that there were many people chasing after him. However, Lin Ling was sure that the pursuers would not be able to find him in a short period of time. Chapter 48-54. Lin Ling sat cross-legged in the void of the universe, his eyes looking at the vast universe. Then, he disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was standing on a street, looking indifferently at an old man. The old man looked like a beggar. His clothes were tattered, and he was extremely skinny. The people around him crossed the street and stared at the old man with sympathy in their eyes. In the end, they put down some food, sighed, and left. The old man used to be the richest man in the city. He was kind and generous and often helped others. Later, his wife could not stand it and colluded with others to rob the old man of his wealth. However, the old man was still kind in the face of such a situation. He could not bear to fall out with his wife. In consideration of their decades of marriage, he gave all his wealth to his wife, but he ended up as a beggar. It could be said that the old man was a true philanthropist. He spent most of his life helping others, but in exchange, his wife and children were separated and he ended up wandering the streets. Jioshabadi, on the street. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the miserable old man. He did not expect the Lin Ling universe to have a Jioshabadi. It seemed that as the Lin Ling universe gradually grew, there were more and more mortals. The Jioshabadi was a great philanthropist who had given everything for 99 lifetimes. Only they had this kind of power that could suppress the world will's host. I promise you that when I, Lin Ling, laugh proudly in the universe, I'll return everything to you and help you become a god. With a thought, Lin Ling suddenly appeared in front of the old man and said indifferently. The old man looked up at Lin Ling with a wry smile. He did not know Lin Ling's purpose for coming here. He thought that Lin Ling was here to mock him. The people around felt the same. They thought that Lin Ling was adding insult to injury. However, after Lin Ling shook his head, he suddenly slashed with his sword. The sword cut through the old man's neck. The entire street was in shock. Moneybags Chun was already miserable enough. He had been reduced to a beggar, but this person who came out of nowhere killed him. Why did you kill Moneybags Chun? Someone pointed at Lin Ling and cursed. His anger was boiling. The others also looked at Lin Ling with righteous indignation. He must die. Lin Ling didn't even look at the crowd. He activated the sealing technique and took away Moneybags Chin's soul. God, why did you kill me? Moneymaker Chin's soul was trembling. He was afraid of Lin Ling, but he also wanted to know why Lin Ling wanted to kill him. End your never-ending benevolence and give you a chance to become a god. Lin Ling didn't explain much as he brought Moneybags Chin's soul into the square prison. Moneymaker Chin's soul trembled inexplicably as he suddenly understood the principle of karma. Today, Lin Ling killed him as the cause, and in the future, Lin Ling helped him become a god as the effect. Thank you. He gradually disappeared into the square prison. You want to leave just like that? When the people around saw that Lin Ling was about to leave, they all wanted to stop Lin Ling. They wanted to seek justice for Moneybags Chun. Get lost. Unfortunately, Lin Ling erupted with a powerful aura, causing everyone to fly backward in shock. He could see that the people around him were very angry at him. However, when the Nine-Shi body was reduced to a beggar, they didn't actually help him. They only gave him some food occasionally. With that help alone, Lin Ling didn't think that they had the right to speak for the nine-she body. Next, Lin Ling looked for the next nine-she body. The next nine-she body was a little girl. She was loved by everyone. She was kind and pure, and she was like a little angel. That day was also her birthday. However, Lin Ling appeared and killed the little girl with a slash of his sword. Then he left. This also caused everyone to curse Lin Ling. They thought that Lin Ling was too vicious. How could he kill such a little girl? Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and showed no mercy. Although these people were good people and innocent people, they were all innocent people. Lin Ling was determined in his heart. When he had the strength to surpass the world will in the future, he would repay the kindness of these people one by one. Next, the third nine-she body, the fourth, and the fifth. As time passed, Lin Ling finally gathered all the nine-she bodies. Then, he entered the Dao Tower. After checking out, he ran wildly again. Although there weren't any powerful gods around, Lin Ling felt that danger wasn't far from him. After running all the way, Lin Ling was getting farther and farther away from the Dao Tower. Next, he entered the square prison. Lin Ling, run. If you have the ability, run. This time, let's see how you escape. In the square prison, Lien Letian had been ravaged by the prison's great calamity. After seeing Lin Ling, he was obviously stunned. However, he was going all out. He knew that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to kill him anyway. Ha! Let me tell you, the gods of the underworld are coming. You have nowhere to run. Ha! Lien Letian laughed louder and louder. Lin Ling stood in front of the prison cell and looked at Lien Letian indifferently without saying a word. Lin Ling, you're really powerful. You're just a mid-level god, but you can hurt a late-level high god. If you step into the realm of high gods, then no one among the high gods can suppress you. Unfortunately, your strength has been exposed. The heavenly Tao has issued a wanted order, and the underworld will hunt you down. Let's see if you can escape. Where? I'll give you a chance. Let me go quickly, and I'll spare your life. Lien Letian thought that Lin Ling was afraid and sneered again and again. Lin Ling remained silent. Lien Letian kept talking as if he was venting his anger. He laughed louder and louder, but after laughing for a long time, he finally frowned. This was because Lin Ling didn't say a word. This made him feel like he had punched cotton, and he couldn't exert any force. Lin Ling, shouldn't you say something? Lien Letian stared at Lin Ling and said with a frown, Are you done? At this time, Lin Ling finally spoke. Lien Letian, I came here to see you being arrogant and proud of yourself in the end. Unfortunately, this face can only make me laugh. It can't make me angry at all. You might think that I don't dare to kill you, but unfortunately, you think too much. I've found a way to subdue you. Lin Ling walked towards the prison cell step by step. He looked calm, but he gave Lien Letian a huge sense of pressure. Nonsense, you can't subdue me at all, unless you kill me. But what's the use? I can reincarnate, Lien Letian said with a guilty conscience. Then you'll see. A mysterious light appeared in Lin Ling's hand. It was the Jiosha body, and he suddenly threw it into the prison cell. Boom! This light seemed to be the size of a fist, but when it landed on Lien Lishan's body, it made his whole body tremble. It was as if ice had met fire and quietly melted. What kind of power is this? Lien Letian sensed that the power of the worlds while hidden in the depths was now wrapped in a light and was constantly being compressed.